Okay. Okay. Um, where is it? Oh, I think that this needs to be a little lower down. Let me. Okay. It is almost time. Oh, it is not. Okay. It is merely almost time. It is not time yet. Now, I'm going to go ahead and change that stream element. I don't like that it erases chat after too long. Show messages permanently. Because my chat does not move fast enough to to have it where it constantly deletes messages. Okay. We got a few minutes before before it's supposed to actually start. But even still, I want to let people filter in. Oh, wait, I forgot. On this screen, you can only hear me, so I can go and do this. Meanwhile, Wilhelm is going through a fairly unfun time. Wah, 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 wah. Hello, Mel. Oh, thank you for the. Right, let me go ahead and that should work, right? Yeah. How was it? Mega Man Battle Network 3? If I remember correctly, I think that 3 blue, like, oh, wasn't it like how Pokemon has red, blue, and yellow? Like, I think I played one Mega Man Battle Network, and it was cool, but for some reason, I never played any of the other ones. I probably should at some point. But how was it? Boss battles are good. All right. So, also I saw that a Weeber. Paunchy is disabled for today. And only for today. Paunchy has decided to lurk. The thing is, I can't use exclamation mark Paunchy because that will override the that'll override it. That is exactly it. Okay. I think I will give it 2 more minutes, and then I will have the affiliate anniversary introduction proper, because I've never actually introduced Key. I kind of just was like, yep, here we go. Here's a character of mine. He's going to be he's my face on Twitch. Hello. And I never actually sat down and was like, yeah, this is who Key is. So, at 9:05, I think giving people 5 minutes extra to come in for the slideshow. Oh man, my eyes went weird there for a moment, I guess. How to phrase it? My affiliate anniversary was actually on the 7th, but things kind of got really hectic there for a bit, and so I kind of, like, on the 7th, I'm like, ooh, I should do something special for my affiliate anniversary. And so that was last Sunday, not the 14th, but the Sunday before that. And I'm like, yeah, oh wait, Friday is the day that I get my solo streams. So last Friday, I was too busy because our entire database fell over. Like one of the places I work at, the database was just like, oh yeah, let's just stop existing for a moment. And so that was about, I think, it started on Thursday. It started on Thursday and ended on Monday. So from the 11th to the 15th, yeah, 4 days. 4 days of, like, some people trying to tell the customers, hey, guys, it's okay. It's not as bad as it seems. And meanwhile, like, the front staff, including the CEO, was like, it's not as bad as it seems. We'll get it up running soon, hopefully. And then turning to the IT people, like, how long do you think this is going to take? So it took a while. It was a lot of work. However, it is now 9:06. I spent a minute over during the thing, giving people time to slip in, flop in, and make sure the slideshow is properly loaded. Yeah. We're gonna go to the slideshow. The slideshow. This is the first of the slides. A slight typo, but it might not be a typo. Who knows? The basics. His name, Kefelio Unhathil. His height is 8'6". Tail length is unknown. There's no tail on the on the picture over there. Tail length unknown. Species: wolf beastman turned fey, although it looks almost like fox because of my terrible handwriting. Fey title: The Bound. Fey Court, the Court of Truths. And court seat, the 14th seat. It's supposed to be the 13th, but I made a slight boo-boo. Like, it's hard to keep track of all 14 of the seats in the Court of Truths. I guess there will be a Q&A at the end of this, but if you have any questions during it, feel free to ask. So something that I think that a lot of people don't realize is Key is not human. He has never actually been human. He was born a beast man, so he's always been a wolf that walks on two legs, except for the time when he forgot that he was a when he forgot who he was. But if there's no questions, I will move to the next slide. Let me just... The next slide. Likes and dislikes. It's a fairly short list. His likes are the hunter, the caretaker, the forgotten, and wolves. General rule, if it has the before it, he's talking about one of the other Fae in the Court of Truths. He doesn't typically talk about the Fae from other courts. His dislikes: the spectator, moths, and the traitor. Yeah, despite having moth wings, he does not like moths. And that's mostly because he thinks that moths are allies of the spectator. Moon butterflies, yes. The joke about moon butterflies is that there is no emoji for moth, so I use moon butterfly to represent a moth. But as you can see, the spectator is a moth. You know how some moths have like things that look like eyes on their wings? Spectator has a few of those. Just a few. He also doesn't like the traitor. I wonder why he doesn't like the traitor. I wonder why someone known as the Bound doesn't like someone who makes their entire life purpose being around capturing Fae. Getting non-Fae, convincing them to capture Fae. Also, yes, that wolf is blepping. If anyone was wondering. This entire thing, I made this entire thing trying to be like, I'm going to do this I need to get this done today. I wanted to get other stuff done Wednesday, but so I will be sneaking to the next slide. Ignore the constant head tilting back. I'm just taking drinks. The Fae himself. He uses a sword staff as a weapon. If you didn't know, like, a lot of his early pictures have him like with it constantly, but I think that a lot of people also haven't really seen him beyond the Avatar. Like, they might have seen him as the Avatar or as the they might have seen him as the Avatar or as the PNG tuber, things like that. And Key typically does not have his sword staff in that case. Contracts. So Key does make contracts with people, and contracts with Key generally is about people trying to break free of something. So if someone is imprisoned, they can make a contract with him. This is different from the shackle breaker. The shackle breaker outright, like, you have to give him something big in return, but then he will get you free. And for people who don't want to give up something big in return, or understand that, like, sometimes it's not big enough to give, they can they can make a contract with Key. And we'll get what happens to people who make a contract with Key in the next slide. Because that is actually covered in the next slide. I wish that the cars would stop driving by. Also, because it's right there, so the Fae typically appear in dreams, and depending on who the Fae is, changes what they appear as. Key appears as just a cascade of chains that kind of watch the dreamer. Usually with some kind of, like, it's very oftentimes in a forest area, but it's also like in an imprisonment area because he is the bound. He does not appear as a wolf in people's dreams, though. That is the hunter. It should be noted that Key actually is not even a feral wolf. He is an anthro-wolf. The hunter is a feral wolf. Let's see. I don't have any of my normal documents open. Okay, well. Oh, I did not mean to leave Telegram open. Let's see, we've already covered the sword staff contracts, what he appears as. So I guess that means we move to the second to last slide. The last slide is actually the last slide is just Q&A. So the second to last is minions. He has multiple types of minions, but the main minions are these 6 varieties. Most of his minions, if not all of them, fall into one of these 6 categories, in which there are 3 sections for each. No, there are 3 sections. Staff, arcane, and military. So we will start with staff, the wolf specters. In which case, I probably should have left the thing open that I had opened earlier. No. Okay. Open up. Needs to be Fluffs, Cathalia. Open up the forbidden document that Mal really wants to get their hands on. Yes, he has a lot of wolf minions. But I need to find this page. Yes, we're going to talk about the wolf specters first. The wolf specters are actually the most common of the minions. Yes, wolf elementals. These specters are kind of ghost-like. You know, they can go through things. They typically don't have a lower body, kind of like the general depiction of a ghost. They are limited to being within Unfelma, which is Key's tower home. They have no real combat capability, and they are pretty much just move this from here to here, move this from here to here. Generally speaking, they're the ones who make sure everything is where it belongs. Werewolf butlers, they are exactly what they sound like. Unlike the wolf specters, which are usually just people who give Key their name, actually all of the others, everyone but the werewolf butler is just someone who gave Key their name, typically turn into one of the other five. The werewolf butler is specifically a werewolf that gave Key their name. He usually just has them be a butler. So the hunter typically makes a lot of werewolves. There's other ways to make werewolves, but typically all the werewolves under Key's employment is a werewolf from the hunter. Key has a special spot for the werewolves who get turned into werewolves by being bitten by people who were cursed by the hunter. And so he's like, that's a bit of collateral damage. I'll go ahead and just pick them up, adopt them as butlers. He has a lot of them, as you would imagine. Then the wolf elementals, as Nexus pointed out, yes, they are elementals that are in the shape of wolves. It's not that they are a wolf elemental, it's that they are an elemental that is a wolf, that I just call a wolf elemental. So, like, you have, you have, let me just gigantify Uma for a moment. That is a wolf elemental of the water variety. So when it comes to the wolf elementals, water elementals are the most common of the elementals. And yes, there's a lot of wolf. He has a lot of wolf. Typically, typically the Fae fall into, like, they use just one species or one type of species and don't really tread into other Fae, especially other Fae of the same court's territory. So, like, if one of the Fae has, like, stag, they will have a whole bunch of minions that are related to stag, but will not have a minion related to snakes, because that would be treading on the traders, the traders' territory. Key is one of the few exceptions because both him and the hunter have wolves. But in the same breath, with the exception of the wolf mounts and the wolf elementals, they're anthro. The wolf archers and wolf knights are more or less just wolf beast folk, which is what Key is. And so Key is close enough to the hunter that the hunter's like, yeah, no, we can share. As long as you don't tread on my style, we can share species. Because the hunter actually has a different style to him. Let me check some. But the water elementals are the most common of the elementals. So Unthelma actually has a lot of waterfalls and stuff in it, and a lot of water fixtures. So one of the running rumors is that all the waterfalls and all the water fixtures are actually just water elementals. It's not true, but it would also not be true to say that none of the water is a wolf elemental in disguise. And amongst the elementals, there are also fire elementals, leaf elementals, stone elementals, and lightning elementals. He does have more than those 5, but those are typically the 5 that he has, in that order, mind you. Like, his elementals are in that order. He has the most amount of water, and then it goes to fire, and then it goes to leaves, and then stone, and then lightning. Lightning is infamously not too useful pre-finding out about electricity. He mostly uses them to find to get things from one area to the next. Next, we will move to the military. He has 3 main types of soldiers. The wolf bowmen, which are, they use bows, obviously. They typically are only wearing a loincloth and a cloak. They use their bows and arrows, knives. So the military fall into a new category where they not only have given their names, but have taken a vow of sorts. The wolf bowmen have taken a vow of silence. They only speak when in their personal quarters. Like, it is literally they cannot speak when they are outside of their personal quarters. This is to prevent capture and information extraction. You literally cannot make them talk because they are incapable of talking. The Wolfman Knights. Unlike the archers, they actually wear full armor. The armor does show off that, yes, they are also wolves. So the picture shows them with a sword and shield. However, they also, like, according to my notes, they do use sword and shields, but also spears, pikes, morning stars, and the like. They have not taken vows of silence. Their vow is specifically to not take off their armor while they are on the field. That one's kind of more of a defense for them. And hello, Ion. It means that you cannot get their armor off of them. For better or worse, I suppose. And then the final of the 6 is the Wolf Cavalry Mount, which right there is just Wolf Mount. They are large feral dire wolves. They're mounts for the knights, which means that, yes, they are actually quite huge. If you didn't know, horses are, like, a lot of games make horses really small. Horses are gigantic. Like, a horse, their head goes up about, I want to say that, like, a normal horse, their head, if they're actually standing upright, their head would be at about 7 feet. Easy. If not higher. And, do they have crossbows again? They actually do. He has been implementing crossbows and guns more recently. because we're like, depending on which era, because understand Key has been around for quite a while. Depending on the era, he usually keeps his stuff fairly up to date. So when crossbows were invented, he implemented crossbows into his army. When better armor was invented, he implemented better armor into his army. Generally speaking, he does not wage war nor conquest, but he does defend Yun-Kalafel because that is his home. Both, like, he is one of these special cases in that out of all the Fae, he is the only one with a physical home. However, the mounts, their vow is probably the weirdest one out of all of them. So they are sentient. Understand that a lot of them used to be human. They are sentient. That person needs to get their car fixed. So the wolf mount, while they are not under a roof or being ridden, they lose their higher thought. It's not that they're no longer smart, it's that they lose higher thought. The reason being, higher thought usually causes hesitation, and if your rider just got knocked off of you, chances are you need to be a savage bastard. So that's actually called the vow of savagery. Key's military is probably the smallest out of his minions because he has military personnel that are not. Key has military personnel who are. Oh, why did you try to turn into the Illuminati? And he has military personnel who are not actually minions. And yes. Oh, I don't have the thing that appears, but everything else works. So. So, for example, Tilger. Tilger is not military. For anybody who knows who Tilger is not actually one of Key's minions at all. Hence why his name is Tilger. When it comes down to it, it's like the werewolf butler, their name is Werewolf Butler. And then it's like, oh, there's another werewolf butler. Their name is Werewolf Butler. They don't actually have their names anymore. Key has them. So if you know someone's name, chances are they're not one of Key's minions. Tilger is one of Key's citizens, and there's a vast difference between, yes, he is a citizen that lives in the physical realm of Key's home, Yun-Kalafel, and the actual minions who have given up their names. Key is a lot more protective of his citizens than his minions, because if his minions die, he can re-manifest them. That is the point of taking their names. You can't die while someone else holds your name if they do not die. Essentially, you're locked to that plane. Key does have ways to get people to get their names back, and that is most, like, I'm pretty sure Mal would understand if I said Key's experience with the Spectator has made it where he does not force people to stay with him. However, on the last slide, we have just Q&A. No, it's just Q&A. Did anybody have any questions or comments or, like, running through the slideshow again? And while I wait for that, I'm going to go Oh no. Mal's in a call. So if you can't tell, my avatar has also changed. It's a little wonky. And I don't know, like, I can't tell if it's actually just VC face being VC face or if my avatar is a little wonky. Hmm. But if you didn't notice, his eyes finally glow again and his hair isn't all clumpy and weird. His hair is not clumpy and weird. His nose is the right color. I need to get rid of that little black dot. However, he has the old avatar. He has a party in the back. Oh no! Oh god! The avatars. Well, so some of the avatar software is a complete pain in the ass, and by some of it I mean all of it. But this one actually does also have a party in the back now. Let me party in the back. Okay. I did not show my andesite. Okay. But yes, some of the avatar software. So the big issue with this is that you have to go down a pipeline. And the pipeline is usually, make the avatar. I'm going to skip all the I'm not even going to call it unnecessary, but the references that you don't need in the end. I'm gonna skip like making the front view reference, making the side view reference, making the all that, because after that you need to actually go and make the avatar. And once you make the avatar, like you get the cube, you make it the shape you want it to be, you do this, you do that, you can sculpt it, whatever, as long as you v-topology it. And so that will take you a very long time. That is the majority of the work. So then after that, you need to do the next fun task. You need to mark the seams and unwrap it. All right, so you've marked the seams and you've unwrapped it. Now apply the textures. All right, you've applied the textures and now your avatar looks like you're just T-posing. Now get the bones. You need to get the bones, and once you get the bones, you need to then rig it and make sure that all of it is moving properly. Every last bone needs to move properly. So then after you do that, after you get the bones to move properly, you know what you do after that? You get the shape keys. And once you get the shape keys in, you have to, like, all of them have these exact names. You cannot change these names. And it's like, lowercase VRM _ AA VRM _ SIL VRM underscore CH. And that is all for, actually, no, I'm sorry, that's not VRM, that's VRC, because VRM goes A-E-I-O-U, that's the only 5 vowels we need, we only need 5 vowels, and it's like, oh, wonderful. So, like, in VR chat, if I go, the character's front, my lips raise up, and it looks like I'm growling. Key's slowly losing his mind. Slowly losing my mind? I've lost my mind a long time ago. Have fun in your lurk, Zal. Also, I feel like I'm a bit too Claw refuses clothes. Yeah. Oh man, so that's a different issue. Vloop, there goes the clothes. Vloop, there goes the clothes. Like, I know that Clow doesn't wear pants. Just but after that, then you need to extract those, like, those items as an FBX, and then open up Unity and import a package into Unity and tell Unity, hey, I'm importing a, this VRM0 VC face, the version I'm running runs off of VRM0, so it's like, I want you to import this pack, which is for VRM0. Cool. Now, you put in the FBX. You put the textures into the right place. Have you noticed that my ears? Like, I'm just gonna casually, yeah. Look, Punchy's ears. Key's ears. I need to put that back in. Shut up. I don't remember the button. There it is. Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? So you then have to give what's it called, like, spring. Like, his ears are quite stiff in his tiara time. What if I told you that I forgot to put the tiara in? This version was supposed to have the tiara. He was going to be wearing his tiara. It's actually a crown. So I guess while we're in Q&A, the reason why Key's crown looks like a tiara is because the beast folk, when wearing items of nobility, don't wear things that screw with their ears. The tiara that Key wears is not supposed to go near his ears. Like, it goes on top of his head and stuff, but, like, it goes around and, like, under where his ears are and go off of the bone there to not interfere with how his ears can move and manipulate as much as a full-on crown would. Beast folk do not like their ears being screwed with. Hydrate. I should get another. I'll be right back, actually. Ears. Ears are neat. Okay, let me sneak to watching this person. Yeah, someone that I was watching rated out. So now I have snuck into someone else's channel. So did anybody have any other questions or requests or anything of the sort? Just me casual. Do woos on keys land that howl at the moon? That is correct. They do. So one of the things that I keep forgetting I need to do, I need to make what Key's tower, what Unthelma actually looks like. Because, so I had made a room in Magic of Voxel to like idealize some of it, to conceptualize some of it. So Unthelma typically like, yeah, the relaxing room. A lot of the rooms actually have balconies that go to, you know, the outside, and it is not uncommon for the woos to woo, especially since Unthelma does not actually have a roof. I guess I should say it doesn't have a roof floor. It has a roof, it doesn't have a roof floor. Key, and by Key I mean me, has been actually thinking about giving Key a proper castle instead of just a tower. Also, is it just me or am I squinting a lot? Like I'm seeing how my avatar is acting right now because I'm like, yes, I finally have it, and it's like, I'm doing that. But yes, I guess, are there any other questions? And how many people do we have? A few. Nufe Hudis. Hello, Ranger. I went back to using my my previous retopoed hair because the properly retopoed hair looked like a bunch of dung, and I did not like it. I was constantly looking at it like, no. At some point, I do plan on giving Key an outfit, and Oh man, hair. Oh, and what if I told you that my workplace is like, by the way, next Tuesday we're gonna have you working on hair, and it's like, whoa, no. So I'm gonna be working on hair. Let's see. Ooh, you switched to Godot. Nice. I enjoy Godot. So like I have some issues with learning Godot because I'm I'm a weird person. I like being heads like deep onto deep in learning, like using code. Okay, so Frost Rommel, I actually do have some videos I want to send you. So Godot's learning curve is both not hard and hard, depending on how you used Unity. If you wanted to be very hands-off with code, Godot is going to be a breeze. Godot is a breeze compared to Unity when it comes to hands-off code. With hands-on code, it can be a little bit of a task, but you can still do it. And even still, like, so many of the things, I'm looking at it and I'm like, are you serious? Oh yeah, if you just want to make it where, like, something dies, you just, like, throw the, it seems more our programmer still wants to use C#. Okay, so do not use the Steam version of Godot then. Do not use the Steam version of Godot. You want to use GodotEngine.net. The GodotEngine.net has, yeah, Godot is on Steam. You can download it on Steam. Yeah, and if you have the .net one, then yeah, he can do the C#. Let me just flip. I'm gonna move that to desktop 3. Like I have been learning Godot because so fun fact, me making tail drag was actually just me trying to learn Godot, but I never actually sat down to learn Godot. We will be learning GD code for this tutorial though. Okay, so do you know who Brackeys is? Let me see. And yes, huzzah anniversary. New, okay.
Shape 2D.
Ignore that. I'm going to go ahead and... No, I'm going to put that into... where would I even put it? I'll put it into memes. And I'll just tag Ranger and Frost. So, I have heard of GameDev.tv. I don't actually own those. If it's the... Wait, no. Oh, no, I'm thinking of... I think it was Udemy? Let me see. GameDev.tv.
If you have...
Oh, yeah, I have heard of them. Yeah, so Brackeys, like... I won't say, like, drop everything that you're doing and watch his video. Yeah, you have yeah. So, Brackeys... So the reason why I like Brackeys is his is like, what is it? An hour and something minutes long, but he shows you step by step how to make a 2D side scroller without going too deep into the code and ignoring assets. So he doesn't go, and now we're going to go ahead and make this asset and, blah, blah, blah. He shows you how to import them and shows you how to put the assets into the game, but he doesn't show you we're going to do pixel art, because let's be honest, that's out of the scope of the tutorial. And so he shows you how to make camera bounds and how to make death zones and how to make, how to restart the scene and how to make it where you can pick up coins and how to run and jump and all of that. And so it comes in handy. I have not used Godot for a 3D game yet, but I am planning to, once I finish with, once I finish prototyping Put Up Your Dukes, I'm going to be working on, fleshing out Put Up Your Dukes. Once the prototype for Put Up Your Dukes is done, I'm going to be putting it up on itch.io and asking people for feedback. But while that's going on, I'm going to be working on my other game, which is the best way I can phrase it without the best way I can phrase this game, because I haven't come up with the paragraph description or the elevator description. Think Dark and Darker, but completely PvE. Thrust. Ooh. I know we're at while we are at the Q&A. I don't mind answering questions unrelated to Key. I can go through the slides again. This is literally the last slide, so anyone who's coming in now, you missed all the other slides. However, I'm fine with going through them again. Yeah, so generally speaking, when it comes to Godot and 3D, converting 2D to 3D really isn't that big of a deal. It's literally another dimension. Some of the big differences will be the models, which you can use 3D models for 2D games and vice versa. How did you find the funkyguitars.sf2? Okay, so for people who don't know, I actually work on music. Converting 3D to 4D, that is hard. But I work on music, and so I was looking for guitars. I do not have LMMS open. I can open up LMMS real quick. Music and audio, LMMS. So I had gotten my fancy MIDI.sf2, which is supposed to imitate a MIDI board, and it did its job. It imitated a MIDI board. However, there's only all the songs that you make with it will sound like DOS if you use a MIDI board. Let me just. It might be a little loud. Let me turn it down a bit. It's kind of still loud. Let me turn it down more. So that's the grand piano, which a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, the grand piano, that doesn't sound too much like a MIDI game. Oh, okay, well the harpsichord, okay, that's a little bit more like a MIDI game, or a DOS game. Where are you? Wonderful, wonderful. It's so hard to find some of the Come on. Come on. I know you're around here somewhere. Well, I can also just do this. Where is it? I saw it. So we have like the church organ, and if you want to, because I'm looking for the harp. Oh, is it this one? Yeah. And like when you use the MIDI SF2, it's going to sound like a DOS game, and it's even worse with the Roland SC55, which is one of the other ones that I downloaded. Whoop, whoop. Does this sound like something that you would hear in RuneScape? So fun fact for people who didn't know, RuneScape also really likes its tuba. And now the piano is... This is the Roland SC55, which is the same soundboard used to make Daggerfall's music. I may or may not have downloaded this specific one because I'd say, this is the one that I want to, yeah, or Ultima. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But I don't know, like, it might even be the same one that Ultima used. However, I was looking for some that are play the Daggerfall theme. Oh no, there's no way I can just do that right off. Because, like, let's see. Off of memory, it would be, what is it called? Trumpet. Would it be the meter trumpet? Nope. Trumpet? So, no. No. Oh, no. Would it be the... Okay, so... No, it would... So it would be... Or maybe... That technically would be the Daggerfall theme, the opening. It's not as grand because I cannot do chords on the keyboard. My keyboard literally, like, I can do what is it called? I can do the major C, the C major triad. But like the moment that I try to go to, like, you know, the D major triad, which is... Oh, it's actually playing this time? The problem is that none of them sound like they're at the right note. But yeah, Daggerfall's theme, for people who don't know, is something like dun 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 dun. Unless you're wanting it to be that dun 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 dun. And yeah, I do make music. Like, I can't even say I don't make music. I am technically a musician. Oh my god, it's numbers. So, the way that I found the funky guitar is I was looking for, like, I'm like, oh, I want to get a good guitar that actually sounds really good. And so I'm like, okay, well, what about like this one? Okay, maybe not that. I mean, and it's like, you know, going through all of the, it's like, okay, so this one has some guitar sounds in it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm looking for that funky guitar sound. And so I found this one, and it's just like, and I'm like, oh no, that one's perfect. Like I probably wouldn't, I probably wouldn't use it. But it's like literally just. And that is how I found the. I use LMMS. Or Linux Multimedia Studio. You do not need to be using Linux in order to use LMMS. I do also sometimes use FL Studio, but I'm going to be honest, I prefer LMMS. So this one is just marked as good flute. And then this one is the Stavy violin. Good flute. Let's see, is this one? Yeah, this one is
Gawoo.
Gawoo. This one is the MIDI files, but with the instrument sounding more realistic.
Awee!
And if we go to the harp. Now compare that harp to this harp. And let's see, what else do they have? Do they have a trumpet? They do. Oh, that trumpet's still silly. However, due to me growing up in the 90s and having a computer back in the 90s and doing stuff on the computer in the 90s, MIDI sound fonts will always have a place in my heart. That and, okay, so my mom used to play the piano sometimes. Please, it's called Poncher in this house. But Sid Chip? The Commodore. I mean, like, I have there's a special place in my heart for all older sounding stuff. But my mom used to have, like, she used to go to the pawn shop and she got, like, I can't really say a good piano, but she got a piano for fairly cheap and it had the MIDI sound effects. And so, like, she immediately was not too enthralled with it. The main reason she got a piano is because Grandpa played the piano. Mom really liked Grandpa, and Grandpa offered to teach her how to play the piano. And so Mom got the piano so she could practice it at home, and realized that as someone who has a full-time job, she didn't have time to practice the piano. And so I would sit in my room and just practice the piano. It has not helped me that much because I'm going to be honest, I don't use the piano that much. Okay, so I have a full piano in my room. I have an 88 key piano, and in our house we have a grand piano. Mom wanted a baby grand, and she found a grand for cheaper than a baby grand, and was like, but I don't want a grand. And it really helped with music therapy that someone who lived at our house needed. Yeah, and it was, so I have an 88 key piano, and I have a small, I think it's like 2 octaves. And that's like what I usually use to like make little ditties to then translate the stuff. But yes, that is how I found the funky guitar. Does anybody have... so your earlier chatter, hands-off code. So you mean it has a high level of abstraction trying to handle things for you, right? Incorrect. It is that the code that you make in Godot is usually very concise. So you tell it what you want it to do. Like, it doesn't try to handle things for you. You tell it what you want it to do, and it handles it, but it handles it so well. You usually only need to really handle certain code, and if you try to handle more code, it ends up hindering the software, because even though you have your full suite of C# coding capabilities, you have high-level programming with, like, you have a really good system. Godot, it's not that Godot like swats your hand away and is like, no, don't touch that. It's that Godot goes, hold on, why are you wanting to do that when we can do it like this? Out of the major 3, Unreal, Unity, and Godot, I have only actively hated Unreal. Because Unreal is like, oh no, the coding is all blueprints. Yeah, let me do, let me do it for you. Boom. Grammy. I heard Unreal described as game making for artists. I would describe Unreal. So who here has played Lego Universe? I dislike, like, okay, you know what? I've got a good comparison for you, Rommel. You use Blender. Have you ever used nodes in Blender? Like, for making a texture? And hello, Vite. Oh. I need to examine it. I'm gonna go to the creator dashboard. No, which one's it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it this one? One of the views is good for like telling me when it's in ad mode and when it's not. And how are you, Vita? I'm just going through my thing, trying to find a stream manager. People. Oh, it annoys me so much that it was shut down. You recently ran an ad, but where it tells me where the current ads are? No, I want to see. I want to see where the ads currently are. I'm doing fine. I'm about to sneak back to the beginning of this this slide, and when I go back to the beginning of the slide, I will go back and reintroduce all of the stuff that key is. Slide to the left a couple times actually. Together, manage goals, great channel, clip that. Are you back, Ranger? Because I can't actually tell if the ads are over. I'm trying to... Okay, welcome back. Okay, so you have used nodes in Blender, right? Like when trying to make a texture, how you get to like connect nodes together and it's like, oh yeah, here's the I forget what it is, like DSRF. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so imagine if that was a programming language where it's like, oh yeah, let me put in the player input, the W key, and then we're going to go ahead and make it where it then plugs into the... Yeah, that's Unreal. That is programming in Unreal. That is programming in Unreal. And I was like, I don't like this. Like, I had a huge issue moving from XNA/monogame to Unity, and trying to move from Unity to Unreal, it was like, oh no. Like, Unity, I eventually was okay with it, and Unreal, I just sat there like, this is so hands off, I can't do anything. Like how, like I was looking at tutorials, like how do you do procedural generation in Unreal? And it's like, oh, here's the code that I used for it, and it was like literally just an entire sheet of nonsense of like, and then we go here and do this, and then we go here and do this, and it's like, oh no, oh no. I have put stuff into my game. I've already put it in procedural generation because Godot was like, oh, by the way, you want to have tile maps? Yeah, cool. And it's not hard to do procedural generation in Godot, and I'm just sitting here like, oh, this is so nice. And then it's like I look at Unreal, and Unreal is the only one whose programming language made me go, no, I don't want it. How do I switch to normal, like normal programming? And it's like, no, you need to do it like this. No, I want to go. No, it's C++. Oh, no. is it an attempt to streamline the production process for a big business that ends up convoluting things outside of the standardized practice pushed? So the thing is, I don't know how Unreal was before, but I do know that Unreal is supposed to be to make games like Unreal. And it's just, it ended up where a lot of people liked it for more than just that. And so it kind of branched out. But like, I don't like it. And I think that it is just, they're trying to simplify it. Unreal Engine, you mean the Fortnite engine? Hold on. I'm doing the company jig, which is now in Fortnite. Imagine if you will, Darth Vader doing the company jig while waiting for Naruto to turn the corner. And the moment that Darth Vader sees Naruto, he stops doing the company jig and uses the Kamehameha on Naruto. And all of this is licensed. This is how I am okay with Fortnite's existence. Is just like the fact that Darth Vader can Kamehameha Naruto and it's all licensed. It's just, it's terrible, but I can deal with it. It reminds me of when someone remade the intro of Morrowind, but where it's in brain rot. And my counter to it was translating Dagoth Ur's, "Is this how you honor the sixth house and the tribe unmourned?" into brain rot. "Is this how the goat flexes the sixth crib and the fam never effed in chat?" And I told that to someone, and they were just like, "The fuck?" Let me, because I think that Mao had a hilarious response to it as well. Mao asked me if I was drunk. Was this how the goat flexes the sixth crib and the fam never effed in chat? But, yeah, no. So, Tail Drag was a game that I made knowing nothing in Godot, and I wanted to make a game in under 24 hours. I had, like, it is, throw some tomato sauce on it and you got a bowl of spaghetti. I got to do the effing chat in the game because there was a massive banner with it. And when someone did disconnected Frost from the Discord call, oh no. Okay, so does anybody have any further questions, or do I move back to the first slide? As a side note, if anybody wonders what program I am using for my slides, it's called LibreOffice Impress. Because like hell, I'm going to use the one on Google Docs. No, you can ask it now, and I can answer it. And then if anyone gets any further questions, I can... How much shrimp could a punchy... Too much shrimp, Gamma. Why long tail? Because, so here's the funny thing about the tail. Key is actually a chain. A nigh never-ending chain. Sadly, I'm gonna actually refund everyone's everything. the ratings are not on this screen. Let's see, activity feed. What I need to do. So key is actually a long chain, and his tail is actually just the chain imitating a tail. He is supposed to be a beast, a wolf beast man, but he's actually chains. His fey form is chains, and so like his tail can change how long it is and how long it isn't. But in reality, it's just going back to Unkalafel into Unthelma, where it's just part of him, which I believe is explained in more detail in slide 3. And by explained in more detail, I mean like the slides barely have any information. It's just like I like on each of the slides, I offer people to be like, "Do you have any questions on what's going on?" That's why I said start the slides over. I will start the slides over. I mean, I don't mind answering it though, Rommel. Like, it's not like, as you can see, someone wasn't paying attention to the slides that I don't think that they were even present for at the time. Okay, so I will start them over. Slide 1. The basics of writing. I mean, what? So, his name. Kefelio Unhathil. That is not his true name, by the way. That is actually his name of binding. So, sadly, I can only be here for another half hour. So, I will try and speed it up a bit. I've only been doing this for like an hour and a half, and I think I was in the that screen for an hour. So, however, so in order to make a proper contract with a Fae, you need to know their name of binding. Kefelio Unhathil is his name of binding. It is not his true name. His height is typically 8'6", tail length unknown. His species is a wolf beastman turned Fae. I wanted to make it known that he is not a human that was turned into a wolf. He is a wolf that was turned into a Fae. He is a wolf beastman. His Fae title is The Bound, and his Fae court is the Court of Truths, and his court seat is so it's supposed to be the 13th seat, but I made a mistake, and I don't know if I want to keep it as the 14th seat, or if I want to like fix it and make it where it's the 13th seat. Does anybody have any questions on this slide? How did Keed turn into a Fae? He made a contract with a Fae, and essentially he became a minion of the Fae, and after a long time of trying to break free, he essentially regained his mortality, realized how much he had lost, and kind of turned so heavily against that Fae that some of the other Fae were like, how about this? You make a contract with us, we'll make you Fae. And you'll be able to exact your revenge more properly. And so he's like, okay, you know what? Screw mortality. I will accept the chains that bind me. Oh, by the way, because of your vow, you are now the bound. Oh no. Because you accepted the chains that bind you, where it's like, you know, the hunter was, I will hunt everything that, you know, everything that insults me, everything that displeases me. I will hunt the things that I care about. I will hunt the things I don't care about. I will hunt the things that I love. I will hunt the things that I hate. I will hunt. Oh, you're the hunter now. Key was, I will accept these binds if it means, you know, trying to make things better. Oh, I'm the bound. That kind of sounds awful. It is awful. So that is what will be a little bit further explained on slide 3. which, if anybody has any other questions on slide 1, go ahead and ask, and I will answer. And if not, we will go to slide 2. And yes, you did make me laugh. We're going to slide 2. The likes and dislikes. So right off the bat, you probably can tell which Fae he made deals with to turn into a Fae, and which Faes which Fae he made a deal with to that made him upset in the first place. So his likes are the hunter, the caretaker, the forgotten, and wolves. He likes wolves. I mentioned during the Q&A before that actually no, it was during the other time that I did the third slide, I think.
A woo.
A woo. Fae usually don't like to trespass on other Fae's species. However,
Phaedric.
However, the hunter and the bound key have a deal, and both of them use wolves. The hunter kind of uses a different set of wolves. So his dislikes are the spectator, the moths, and the traitor. What don't I like? What do you mean I don't like your character's daughter? Does the world he exists in have dragons or similar beings? Yes, they do. The Forgotten is actually a dragon. They're both moths. Phaedric, if you didn't know, Key has moth wings. His moth wings were given to him by the spectator as kind of like a peace deal, where it's like, you're Fae now. Well, it's not so interesting to have you do stuff anymore. Moth. I can. Where's that dancing emote? Yes. I saw the wings. Yeah. Moth. But yes, there are dragons. The Forgotten is actually a dragon, which it kind of doesn't count because he's Fae. But yes, dragons do exist. So there are different types of dragons. Most dragons are actually fairly small, and then you have the actual megafauna dragons, and those ones are exceedingly rare. And usually they're hibernating because they don't want to have to eat like an entire. They require too many calories, and so they kind of are in hibernation most of the time. And if they're a dragon like Nithli, they are in hibernation with an avatar so that they can still wander about. And essentially, they're still aware of what's going on. Just their real body is currently in nap time. Does anybody have any other questions before I move to the next slide? Any questions? It's expensive to live when you require big smokes order on a daily basis. Yeah, I'd like 2 number 9s, 1 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, and the Regal. If I remember correctly, Key doesn't like the Regal, but it doesn't have, like, Key's opinion on the Regal is more that, like, a neutral, like, I don't like you, but I'm not gonna picture a moth in some goth attire fixing this computer's drive. Picture a moth in some goth attire. Fixing this computer is driving me nuts. Enjoy your lurk, Nexus. I'm picturing a moth in some goth attire. And I'm imagining that they're trying to fix a computer and it's driving them nuts. Okay, so the next slide. The Fae. So Key actually does have a weapon. It is a sword staff. Most people know this. However, anyone who has only seen Key as an avatar and not any of his actual pictures would not know this. Key's weapon is a sword staff. When he approaches people in dreams, he appears as a bunch of chains. The chain is actually his tail. Or is the tail actually a chain? It is one long continuous chain that just kind of wraps around everything around it. That's why his tail kind of goes long and goes short. Is it kind of goes into the reverie, which is what the reverie is the plane of the Fae. You don't want to fight a Fae in the reverie. If you're going to fight a Fae, you fight them in the physical realm. You don't fight them in the reverie, because you're essentially fighting someone as a daydream in a daydream, and they are much, much better at controlling daydreams than a normal person. Contracts with Key generally is getting free from something. So you have things such as giving up something very important to break your shackles, which is the shackle breaker. Typically, the shackle breaker will ask for an arm or a leg. There is a reason why the shackle breaker will ask for an arm or a leg, and I will simply say the shackle breaker is a coyote. Why would they want you to give an arm or a leg to break you free from your shackles? But that is their cost. Key, you give him your name. You give him your name, and you get turned into a minion. Now, you see, the shackle breaker frees you from your shackles, but doesn't free you from the consequences. Key frees you from the consequences, but also you become a minion. Due to Key not liking how the spectator treated him, Key does treat his minions quite well. Does anyone have any questions before I sneak to the next page? Would it be cheating if you gave Mr. Breaker your arm or leg and regrow it somehow? Despite popular belief, I'm not a coyote, speaking of. What are you, Ranger? I think you're a jackal, aren't you? So the shackle breaker, if you regrow your arm or leg, it's not so much that he cares. Does it have to be? It has to be the person who is getting free. A swift fox. And I don't think he would really care, especially since regrowing limbs is fairly very painful and not too common in Key's world. He would be more watching it like, wow, that's impressive. But once again, you're not free from consequences. You, literally, you make a deal with him, you lose an arm, and your jail cell door opens. How useful is your jail cell door opening for you? Oh, you're taken to the gallows. You lose an arm, and suddenly the rope snaps instead of getting hung. Well, now you have to run away from everyone who is trying to make sure that you get executed. The shackle breaker would be more than happy if you could just regrow it. but it has to be your arm that is your arm or your leg that is currently attached to your body. Like, you can't just like, oh, I lost one of my arms. Can I pay for that? No. If no one has any further questions, I will sneak to the next slide. Doing quick sneakies. Another fox. Yes, another fox. Let me. I'll go. I'm gonna sneak away. Oh, nope, that's the wrong screen. This is the right screen. The shackle breaker when someone with a bag of the laundry list comes to him. Minions. He has minions. Most, if not all, of his minions fall into one of these 6 categories. He has the staff, the arcane, and the military. Of all of them, the ones that are the most prevalent are the wolf specters. Wolf specters have no, they have no real combat capability. However, they can pick things up, typically inanimate objects, and move them through Unthelma. They cannot actually leave Unthelma, which is the tower that is Key's home. They are stuck inside of there. So they can pick things up and move them or move it around in there, making them great for, you know, setting up rooms and moving things from like a furniture room to like decorate a room, or like, oh yeah, this person's coming over, can you get this item from here to here? Like, he can do a lot of things, but he generally likes giving the specters something to do, and most of Unthelma is actually the specters. And next is the werewolf butlers. One of the things is that when you make a deal with Key and give him your name, you turn into one of the 5 minions. You do not turn into a werewolf butler. The only way you get to be a werewolf butler is if you were a werewolf before making a deal. You give Key your name as a werewolf, typically as a werewolf that is being hunted for being a werewolf, and he will be like, okay, well, you're one of the hunter's children. However, you probably are actually one of the cursed hunter's children, so you get to be a butler. No one knows why he picked butlers specifically. I don't even remember what the reasoning was, but they're butlers. And they're good boyos. They're all good boyos, but could Key exist in a futuristic setting? I mean, yeah, Key could exist in a futuristic setting. The thing is that Key tries to keep up with technology, so like while it says wolf archers, understand that canonically, if we're talking about like when the games take place, they also have crossbows, they also have guns. The wolf knights use a variety of melee weapons, sure, but they usually are like the soldiers. And also, yes, paunchy nose. Guns! Yes, there are guns. There are both mundane guns and arcane guns. And
Doodlebug.
Mundane guns and arcane guns are good for different things. So, like, an arcane gun, you can shoot something and be like, yeah, this is a fire bullet. It lights what it hits on fire, and it will do good damage. But it will also light it on fire. Where if you shoot it with like, this is lead bullet, it casts lead, it does a good amount of damage. But it just kind of does a good amount of damage. But sometimes you just need to brute force things. So like, yeah, you can enchant your bullets and stuff. And typically you have different bullets, different types of rounds for different types of things, or you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm a gunslinger. Because enchanting in Key's world is actually expensive and time consuming. So it's like, ah yes, we need to spend an hour making a bullet. That's a really good bullet, and it will, like, whatever you shoot, I cast nuclear bullet. Yeah. I'm the fat man. Skibbity up. So we're going to go to the wolf elementals. So the wolf elementals, I should note, they're elementals that are in the shape of wolves. It's not that they're wolf elementals where they're like a tuft of fur flying around. Oh no. It is my fault. So I have the 5 elements that he mostly employs right there, in order of which ones he hires the more, like which ones he gets the most to the least. Water elementals are the most common. Then fire elementals, then leaf elementals, then stone, then electricity. Now understand, electricity would probably move up quite a bit if electricity is actually found out. Like if electricity actually became like part of the Industrial Revolution, it'd be like, oh yeah, electricity is a lot more useful now. No elemental. Those are just water elementals. Todd heard you talking about Fallout. I'm going to remind you to buy Skyrim. Just buy Skyrim one more Todd damn time. So Unthelma has a lot of water fixtures and waterfalls and stuff, and so the water elementals, while not all the water is the water elementals, they do like to run around in them. And generally speaking, you don't really notice that they're elementals until they actually get up. Like, the leaf elementals will... Oh no, mix water elementals with them from... Oh no! But, like, the leaf elementals will just look like leaves on a tree, but then, like, you know, a gust of wind comes by, and some of the leaves fall off and take the form of a wolf and kind of follow you around. They are leaf elementals, and, you know, stone elementals looks like a just pile of stones. The lightning elementals, typically they are used to transfer information or items from one place to another, and they can only really be contained inside of a metal. They kind of just like spinning. They're like twirling. Imagine leaf elementals with a smug Uma face. Yeah, no, that's about how it goes. Lightning elementals can't stay still for long. But then we have the wolf archers. They, so for the most part, they use bows, arrows, and knives. However, as mentioned previously, in the current age, they use crossbows and guns as well. So when it comes to the military, I feel like I should mention the military have all taken a vow of some sort, and the archers have a vow of silence. They can only speak while in their quarters. That means that you cannot, like, it's not, they have a vow of silence, they will not speak. No. They have taken a vow of silence. They cannot speak. They cannot transfer information. So you cannot torture them for information. Fun fact, they don't have a name. Key has their name. You can kill them, and he, like, it doesn't, they don't die. Why? Because, like, this is part of Fey fuzzy logic. He doesn't say, send 20 units, and then get information back like, oh no, only 17 units came back. No, because that means that 3 units died. He says, send some units, and they say, some units have returned. How many have died? Who knows? Key's tail is of an unknown length because he doesn't let people measure it, because as long as it's never been given a concrete answer, it's not concrete. It's not cement. It's not concrete, baby. Oh, wow. Wow. Concrete, baby. I want you to just imagine for a moment a wolf mount in a tuxedo in a deep fried picture saying that. So the wolf archers have a vow of silence. And so the wolf archers usually only wear a loincloth and cloak. For people who didn't know, in Key's setting, that is typical for beastmen. Beastmen don't typically wear like full-on clothes. They wear a cloak to protect their back and essentially to protect from like the wind and weather, and a loincloth because that is kind of, but that's kind of just normal. I believe that the term is hide the beastman floppage. There's nothing wrong with beast people wearing more, but typically that's what they wear. So when we move to the Wolfman Knights and they wear armor, full-on armor, that's where it's like, wow, they're actually wearing stuff. They are clad in full armor that displays their lupine features. The Wolf Knights usually have the same armor, but they don't just use a sword and shield. They use things like spears and pikes and morning stars and everything along those lines. They do not have the vow of silence. They have the vow to not take their armor off while on the field. So like they can walk around in whatever in Unthelma. The moment that it's like, oh, by the way, we need to go and protect, Kefalio, the city. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go put my armor on, and suddenly they can't take their armor off, which also means you can't knock their helmet off. It's better and worse. Like it's because it falls into, yeah, they can't be unarmored. They can't be unarmed in combat. However, oh, we need to get this armor off to heal your wounds. Let us get you off the field. The vows can be kind of annoying, honestly. And I'm saying this as someone who plays as Kefalio, not as Kefalio himself. The Wolf Cavalry mount is the final of the minions. They are large, feral dire wolves, and they are mounts for the knights. They are sentient. Understand that everyone but the Merwolf butlers have a good chance of they are actually just a human that gave Key their name and were turned into something wolfy. So they have sentient thought. However, their disadvantage is if they are not being ridden and they are not under a roof, they lose access to their higher thoughts. They become savage. Why? Well, if their rider gets knocked off of them in combat, then clearly they need to go into savage mode, right? Why do they get it while being ridden? Because the rider might need to say some orders. Why while under a roof? Because They need to be, i.e., don't leave the door open. Oh no. They're like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take a quick step outside. Oh, no. Oh, oh. And then, like, someone with an umbrella is like, this is a roof. This is a roof. This counts as a roof. This counts as a roof. And they're like, what? Why can't I think this counts as a roof? What?
A woo. A woo.
A woo. A woo. A woof. A woof. So, does anybody have any other questions before I move to the last slide? Not many people know this, but Key's tail is at least one Key's tail in length. At least. I will be going to the last panel, which is Q&A. That's at least 4 by my count. At least 4 what? At least 4 wolf? Or wolf? Oh man. Wilhelm also got smacked by the best viewers. Thadric did not, however. Interesting. And apparently neither did Niche. 5 andesite. 4 mecentrates. Are the wolf mounts normal converted wolves, or do they also fit into the vow conversion? They fit into the vow conversion. The only ones who do not get converted are the werewolves. The werewolves were werewolves before they gave their name, and they are werewolves as name taken, which is what it's called when you don't have your name. So the wolf mounts could very well be a human that is just turned into a wolf. So Key's military refers to specifically the name taken. People like Tilger.
Finally, I got some fucking andesite.
People like Tilger are not name taken. You can tell he's not name taken because he has the name Tilger. Does that make sense? If you know what his name is, he's not a name taken. He can give them their name back. And they can actually remain as a Fae-type creature after their name has been returned to them, or they can revert back to normal. Generally speaking. So in other words, that's what I thought. So in other words, Key would convert normal vowed humans into beast of burden wolves sometimes. Exactly. Although normally the beast of burden wolves would be the lightning elementals. Like, understand, Key does give them, like, if they really want free, Key does give them the option to get free. He doesn't force them into remaining as minions. And most of his actual citizens are not name taken. Tilger and all of Amtakal, for example, are not name taken. They are citizens. So they don't fall into the, yes, I'll only send some of them out. Oh, some of them have returned. He meticulously counts them because they fall into falling into normal rules, falling into the rules of reality, where his minions fall into the fuzzy logic. As long as you don't say it, as long as, like, pretty much Fey magic runs off of dreams, as long as you don't, like, specifically say it, a lot of things are typically safe. And so it's like, yeah, he doesn't say, I'm sending 20 people out. He says some, because then when some people return, it's not, oh, well, some of them died. No, don't tell me that. Because that breaks the magic. And trust me, if that sounds annoying, imagine having to live off of those rules. Double check some stuff, and if anyone has any other questions, you can ask. It doesn't even have to specifically be of Key. It can be of Henthvella, the setting. Would Key hold a name for someone if they needed it? Yes. That is actually one of the stories I had been meaning to write. Yes, he actually actively held someone's name, because it's like, oh, you're gonna go and do something. So Key, despite being a Fae, does not fall under like chaotic neutral, but he falls more under good, chaotic good. So it's like, oh, you're going to do something that's like kind of self-sacrificey. What does Key do with the council? Okay, so with the council, you were talking about the court of truths. I have to specify this because councils refer to angels, and Key does not do anything with councils. The court of truths specifically. So Key, I have it written that it's the 14th seat. He's actually in the 13th seat. Let me... The Court of Truths, because I do have... I thought the Fae were lawful. They're lawful, but they're chaotic. They're lawful in that they follow laws, but they're chaotic in that they don't need to make sense as long as it makes sense. If that makes sense. Like, the Fae follow laws, but the laws are their own laws, and their laws make no sense to people outside of those laws, and sometimes their laws change at the whimsy of them and their own. So, generally speaking, the courts, how would you phrase how the courts work? Because, like, the courts generally have rules that you need to follow in order to remain part of that court. So, for example, let me get my list of... and if I get this and move it over here, because I don't... So, like, the court of debates. If you're in the court of debates, you need to debate with people. You need, like, if someone wants to make a contract, you need to debate with them why you get more. That's part of the thing. The court of fallacies, there needs to be some sort of fallacy used within it. That kind of thing. So the court of truths is everyone who is part of the court of truths needs to tell the truth. You can twist the truth as long as you're telling the truth. This means that the traitor being part of the court of truths, if you've ever wondered why it feels like he's the odd one out for anyone who has seen the full list of who is in the court of truths, where it's like, wait a minute, but who's the traitor? Why, like, they kind of fit in as, like, an evil person. That's because they are able to tell the truth while remaining they like to twist things around. So the Court of Truths, I guess you could say, think of the Court of Truths and the Court of Lies as being something close to the Seelie Court and the Unseelie Court. The Seelie Court generally being the neutral and good fairies, and the Unseelie being the evil fairies. The Sluagh, I think it's pronounced, being Unseelie, and like the Selkies being Seelie. Kelpies are Unseelie, where the She are generally, well, actually no, the She are just, no, that's because the She kind of, I think the Keishi are Seelie, and I think the Kushi might be Unseelie. Like there's so many. So think of it kind of like the Court of Truth. Generally, they're fae that it's not so much that, you know, you want to make a contract with them, but if you had to make a contract with a fae, picking the Court of Truths or the Court of Hosting, for example, generally not a bad idea. And so what does Key do with the council? They kind of hold discussions, because one of the things they need to make sure that they do is, as the world loses, essentially the world has been losing some of its fae element because people have kind of stopped respecting the fae. And so the fae, who are often lost in their dreams, if they are not dreamed up and welcomed back, they can drift away. The courts generally are trying to figure out ways to get people to believe in the fae without bluntly saying, oh, hi, by the way, I'm fae. Because, so in Key's world, people do not, like, people believe in the fae, but they also don't believe in the fae. It's like well, that's just superstition that the fae do that. Key does not present himself as being fae. As mentioned before, he appears to people in their dreams in his fae form being a bunch of chains. Hydrate. And so the general rule is, yeah, you want them to believe in the fae while also not having them believe in the fae, because if they bluntly believe in the fae, then they start having defenses against the fae. But if they believe in the fae without believing in the fae, it essentially opens up a door. And so, like, the hunter has lost a lot of his power because people have been cutting down a lot of the forest and have been simplifying the hunt. He cannot gain power out of people treating the hunt like cattle, where it's like, oh no, just, you know, I'm a rancher. It's like, but where's the hunt? We just chop that up, but where's the hunt? So because people do not go on the hunt, the hunter is like, I don't have time to follow these people anymore. The caretaker is probably in one of the most advantageous positions of not arcane, what is it called? Ancient. Of the ancient fae, because both the hunter and the caretaker are very old. They hold the first and second seat of the Court of Truths. The caretaker is a sheep and draws power from people actually taking care of what they own and who they own. So, like, If a rancher takes care of their pets, takes care of their sheep, takes care of all their animals, the caretaker will try to approach them. If a hunter goes and hunts for sport and just lets the animal decay, the hunters, like the hunter will go and be like, hi, you went hunting and you left, like, you're insulting my craft. This is meant to be a form of gathering. It's entertaining, but it's also gathering. Does anyone have any other questions? And did I explain that well enough? I got pets. Ousted from a court? Like, can a Fae be kicked out of a court if they don't fit in with the rules, essentially? Because if that's what you're asking, yes. I assume that's what happened with the trade. Well, so the trader is part of the Court of Truths. Just most people don't really like him that much. The spectator actually likes the trader, believe it or not. Let me see. Yeah, so if a Fae is not abiding by the rules of a court, they will be kicked out of the court. They will not be part of, the court will no longer accept them if they do not actually actively follow the rules of the court. Let me... Key's rules that Key needs to abide. Truth speaker. So this is part of actually the document that I use is the book of Key that I need to actually complete and fill out fully with all of his stuff, but it has what the rules are. But he has truth speaker. Kefelio can only purposefully speak the truth, at least without consequence. While he can playfully say a fib with the understanding that it is a falsehood, he cannot purposely say a falsehood. As he is part of the Court of Truths, he may be punished for being caught in a lie. So note, it is not, oh yeah, he speaks a lie, and then suddenly just, boom, big boom of light. They have to catch him in it. But if he gets caught in it, it's very bad for him. Go ahead and sneak out Nexus. Enjoy your sneaking. I'm gonna go ahead and... Why is it? Like, now I can see my mouse? Why? But yes, so... taking away a Fae's power might be a bit harder. However, they can be kind of just... So as the Fae are losing their grip on the physical world, Fae that are like, oh yeah, you're not following the rules at all, they will not be helped recover their ability of being in the physical world. And a Fae that completely loses touch with reality gets lost in the reverie. That is to say, imagine being stuck in a dream forever. This is also why the Fae like having minions, because the reverie is where their dreams come true, but what is a dream if no one is there to witness it? if everything goes exactly as you plan, it kind of loses the fun. It's why, like, imagine playing RimWorld, but where it's like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and just call a raid. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. No. I want this raider to come over here and do this. It might be fun for a bit, but after a bit, it's like, I want something I don't expect. Exactly, Gamma. It's why playing a game with cheats on gets old. And so they like having minions that help, like, kind of flesh out their dream. So unlike the Abyss, which is the Arcane, the Reverie, people don't want to leave because they get their dreams to come true. But after being in it for a while, they kind of get tired of it and want to come back. And it's the coming back that can be an issue, but, like, someone escaping the Abyss is like a huge event. It's like, oh, someone got out of the Abyss. And even worse, if a group of people, like, make a hole into the Abyss or out of the Abyss, and a bunch of Abyss souls break free, because let's be honest, most of the Abyss souls are insane. Most Abyss souls are not people you want to hang out with. Sadly. Hugs for Gresh. Yeah, Gresh is one of the ones that's actually sane. Any of the ones that are in a cell, it might not be that they're sane exactly, but they still have a grip on who they are. The funny thing is Gresh, if Gresh actually got over losing his snout, he would have actually had a snout. The reason why Gresh is 84 feet tall is he was an 8 foot tall. I think he was 9 feet tall. Ooh, Ravenous Oracle. And thank you, Zerain, for the gift sub. I think I need to move to a different screen to show that, though. Yeah. But how are you doing, Zerain? I was about to call you a different name. I was about to call you by your actually, yeah, why did I switch back? Yeah. I should have put the sounds and stuff on my slide screen. But yeah, so Gresh was very tall, flat-footed, his muzzle was removed, and so while he was in the Abyss enhanced all of the features about himself that he disliked. He became longer, he became lankier, he became bigger. When he's like, I just wanted to be, something small and something adorable. It's like, nah, you're big and you're hideous, and you know that time you lost your snout? You'll never forget it. So where the Reverie, you get to live your dream. The Abyss, you kind of live your, I won't say your nightmare, but it's like the counter. And so when it comes down to it, the Reverie is typically the more preferred one, but when it, like, magically speaking, the Abyss, also known as the Arcane, is much more common. Because the Reverie is hard to, like, so when it comes to dream magic, you have to be able to properly dream, and it's kind of very hard to use Fey magic. When it comes to the Arcane, it's like, oh yeah, you move your hand in this way, and you move your hand in this way, you say these words, and suddenly a spell. The secret with the Abyss is alive, and so you're just doing this stuff to kind of make the Abyss go, someone's calling me? oh, this means that they want a fireball. And this is why you don't want to cast too much magic, because then the Abyss goes, oh, you're using a lot of my stuff. Here, come closer. However, does anybody have any further questions? What would a Fae do if you casually dropped their real name to them? So it depends on the Fae. Like, you drop Key's real name to him and he'll be like, how the hell do you know my real name? Now, the thing is that their real name has power over them as well. Knowing their real name does not protect you from them, but saying things like, Key's real name, you're not allowed to harm me. Now that he can't really harm you. And so that's why he does not like people knowing his real name. This is why if you say a Fae's real name in front of them, they will kill you before you can get out whatever you're about to say. They will do anything and everything they can to get you to stop speaking. Now, saying something like, oh yeah, Kefelio, Kefelio, you're not allowed to hurt me. It's like, but what power do you have here? Because if you say that and you're in your own house, it's like, yeah, this is your terrain. I can't hurt you. But if you're just out in the open, it's like, yeah, but this is not your land. So the easiest way to answer that question is that is a very, very easy way to get a very, very powerful enemy. Because the chances are, if a Fae, like, okay, so there's more Fae than Fae that sit in a court. If you're going to say a Fae that sits in a court's real name, they're going to give you the side eye. They're gonna wonder what you're trying to do. And it's funny because even though Key does not like the Spectator, if you randomly drop the Spectator's real name to the Spectator and try to order the Spectator around, Key will not like that. So understand, you would have 13 other enemies generated. You would need to get all 14 of their names in order to feel relatively safe, because at that point, you've declared war on an entire court. And even the courts that don't like the Court of Truths would be like, they are declaring war on us. Essentially, you want to remain small. If you're going to do stuff like that, it really, that would be walking on icy territory. Does anyone have further questions? Because that is a good question. I almost wonder if I turn this down a little, do I sound more normal if I do this? Okay. I think I sound more normal if I do that. Like, it's really hard to tell because recently voice mod changed a lot of stuff, and it's so does anybody have any other questions? Yeah, there's less fuzz, and I'm trying to see, like, can I? Oh, no. Uh, Yeah. Voice mod recently updated, and so with voice mod's update, I have a lot of issues accessing voice mod because the update that they forced you to take makes it where voice mod no longer loads up properly. And it's like, wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much, voice mod. You went from being like something I recommended to people to being something I don't recommend to people. And trust me when I say that is a big thing. But I will ask one. Oh, I will ask one final time just to make sure if anyone has any further questions or wanted to see any of the other slides. Voice mod going the way of CloudStrike. CrowdStrike. It's not CloudStrike, it's CrowdStrike. Everyone calls it CloudStrike. Is there a joke on why people call it CloudStrike instead of CrowdStrike? Like, I've seen a lot of people call it CloudStrike, and I'm wondering if it's just a joke I don't get. Because I know a lot of people have been calling it CloudStrike, and I'm like, wait, but it's CrowdStrike, isn't it? Is it CloudStrike or is it CrowdStrike? Ooh. Wait, their holdings only went down $40? Oh, oh no. Cloud Strife. Hmm. Ooh. All the characters in Rivals 2 will be free. Nice. Okay. And I think that means no one has any further questions, yeah? This actually took a lot longer than I was actually originally expecting it to, which is good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, right? I cannot brain any more questions for the moment. Don't worry. Sipso will send you shrimp. Sips is not selfish, right? He shares the shrimp, right? Okay, well then Gamma will need to come by for the for some shrimpage. Okay, so I guess that means that the slideshow is done. It only took going through the slides twice and doing the Q&A twice to complete it. And I need to Let's see. Let's see. Cool. Okay. Sipsa never shares the shrimp. Once for each time you've reached a food. So, fun fact. Fun fact. Because I forgot. I was actually going to also stream this on YouTube as well. I was gonna start doing YouTube and Twitch streams. Scandalous, right? So scandalous. I was going to be doing some stuff on YouTube and be like, by the way, YouTubers, people who are watching me on YouTube, if you want the full experience, you can go into twitch.tv. However, you can also stay right where you are, and I will do everything I can to watch you guys too. However, you know what YouTube did? You know what YouTube does? I told YouTube, by the way, I've been uploading videos for a bit. I wanna be able to do live streams. So they're like, okay, if do you want your live stream info? I'm like, yes. Because I'm a pragmatic person. I don't push the I want this without wanting it. I don't go, hey, by the way, give me my stream codes. I'm just gonna put them into a notepad file, plain text for any hacker to see. It's like, no, YouTube. You go ahead and don't generate it yet. YouTube's like, by the way, since you haven't streamed on YouTube before, you're gonna have to wait 24 hours. Yeah, I pushed the button and it's like, you're going to have to wait 24 hours in order to unlock stream. Once you finish those 24 hours, you'll be able to do live streams and blah, 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 blah. It's like, how dare you? Yay. Good job, Thadric.
Phaedron.
I saw you with those cars. But yeah, so like, it was going to be on YouTube as well, but YouTube said no. YouTube said no. Because I was like, yeah, I wanna take streaming a bit more seriously. I want to get more I want to get the starting soon screen to have like music and stuff and that's not magic. Google doesn't do magic. Google makes contracts with circles. Yeah, pretty much, Mal. YouTube said no, and Punchy said Punchy was too busy reading bedtime stories. Yeah, and like I'm just sitting there like, why would you do this? No, you can't pin comments unless you get really popular or you upload a video of you like smiling. Yeah, YouTube, I don't want you to know what I look like. I don't want you to know my face. Because I'm going to be honest, I know what you do with that info. It's not even, I'm scared of what you could do with that info. It's, I know what you do with that info. And so, no, I'm not sharing a picture of my face. People aren't going to get pinned comments in my YouTube. Not until I become popular enough. I'm going to be a popular. Oh, please, God, no. I rebuke that. I don't want to be a popular. Like I would like I would like the money that comes with being a popular. But I like my close, tight-knit community more than I would like that money. I don't want to I don't want to have to deal with being a popular. We just got to burn the system down, that's all. Yes, Foosh. Like it's one of those things where it's like I sometimes lay in bed and I think and I'm like, what if I got really popular? Would my Discord server, you and Calafel, stay as fun? Would my Wednesday and occasionally Saturday Archipelago streams stay as fun and as chaotic? Would I be able to sit at a screen that just says Q&A for an hour and talk with my chat? And would that still be fun? Or would I have to deal with, no, I've asked you multiple times, stop backseating. No, I've asked you multiple times, stop backseating. I'm 12 and what is this? Excuse me, this is an 18 and up channel. I just, it keeps me up at night going, man, what if I became popular and I lost everything that I love about streaming just overnight? I like my community, and I like my community to remain as my community, and I am willing to ban some noisy motherfuckers to keep it my community. I would not replace my community with someone else's community for all the money in the world. I don't mind my community expanding, but I don't want it to be where it turns into the. I have seen so many chats where it's just a chaotic mess, and it's like, oh man, oh no, they don't have cooldowns on their sound alerts. I told you to stop backseating Hollow Knight grub noises. But no, it's a genuine fear that I have because I see a lot of people that I like that are bigger, and it's like, you're really fun to hang around. But I'm gonna be honest, sometimes your chat is just, ooh, sometimes I want to reach through the screen and strangle them. I can't imagine how they deal with it. You're a furry. They're already a minority group. The popular ones in that group are like the queen ant among an anthill on a sidewalk in a huge bustling city. Yeah, but here's the problem, Ion. Like, it doesn't take hard. It doesn't take a lot of work to become a popular. Like, I'm not talking about the, oh yes, I'm going to be the next Whiskey Dingo. I mean, like, the people who get like 20 or 30 people in their channel, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a chaotic mess, and it's people spamming, and it's people constantly talking about, knots and bottoms, and it's like, oh no, please, I want, I want to keep my stream fun. The thing is that I'm not really a streamer at heart. There's a limit for chat size. I'm happy that Soybean has gotten so popular, but he's hitting that limit where the days he's got to right. And it's one of those things where it's like I would never bring that up to him because it's not his fault that he is a good being. Vor, isn't that funny, chat? Isn't that really funny? For non. Look at all the subtle nuanced jokes. Oh god. Yeah. But it's like, I support Saban, like, all the way. In fact, just gonna on the very slim off chance that someone here does not know who Saban is. He is the Dark Lord. Whoop. But it's like I don't do well in groups. I like I like small, tight-knit groups, and that like, it was one of those things where it's like, what if I do this one thing and it becomes popular and, like, my Discord channel gets taken over by, you know, the scrub lords, and it's like, no. I want to have my, I want to have my silly fun time. Hello, Baxter. Baxter also gets a shout out. Then don't take streaming too seriously. All sorts of things you can do to kill growth, like following the opposite of what everyone tells you to do in order to grow. The thing is, I'm just taking it at my own pace. Like, I wanted to, like, I'm doing the things that I want to do. I'm not sitting there going, what's the next trend so I can follow it? Yes, I want to follow the next trend. I'm just doing what I want to do. I saw some VTubers do like a slideshow presentation of their characters, and I went, I want to do that. I want to start like doing this with multiple characters of mine. I want to actually like Key is the first of many. I want to do this with, like, you know, next might be Paunchy. Like, I might have polls on the Discord and be like, hey, who wants someone else to have a thing? That's one of the reasons why I enjoy Tiny Stream. It's just fun. Yeah, and I enjoy like teasing Tiny by not having a lot of sound effects of him. The secret is that I do have some effects of Tiny now.
But Corfelio, do I not say things that warrant clippage? I feel like my chat doesn't appreciate me. They don't steal my sayings and words for the entertainment of others. I don't actually care. I just don't know what else to talk about. Why do you have all this book if there's nothing written in it, you fucking nerd?
Wait. Why does it say that you last seen playing? Do you not stream? I thought you streamed. It was an attack on me. It was an attack on me as well.
Why do you have all this book if there's nothing written in it, you fucking nerd?
Gamma, have I ever sent you the picture of all my notebooks? I have like 30, 40 notebooks, and it's like most of them are empty. And like, I'll go to the store and I'll be like, I need some more notebooks. My brother, who writes in notebooks a lot, he's like, I need to get a notebook. And I'm like, what color notebook? And he's like, no, you don't have to order one. I'm like, what kind of color notebook? I think I want orange. And so I go into my room and I pull out an orange notebook and I give it to him. And he's like, Jesus Christ. I have so many. I have some that literally have gems in them. Those are the really fancy ones. And the thing is that, like, the ones that have gems in them, I'm nervous about them. When Key wants to write all the things down, he note bin. Just I need to write down my stuff more. I would also like to just note.
I confirmed Wilhelm is cheese.
Gamma, I have been trying to work on that, actually. If that makes you feel any better. The problem is that the software that I'm using it on, that I'm writing all the stuff on, does not seem to really do well with exporting everything into a PDF because it's across so many different pages. So I'll just have to make a big thing. It's worth pointing out that Saban chose to do it as a vocation, at least on some level, where he gets a bit of revenue for it. In that position, you face an intractable problem. Growth is good for money, however, growth is bad for meaningful chat at a slower pace because of the higher activity level involved. There's a specific term for that kind of dilemma, but I forget it right now. I also forget it. Yeah, the thing is that like Saban has been growing, and I am happy for him for that. And I will continue to like lurk in his streams and try and talk in his streams when I'm able to. And I will continue to like for a while there he was playing Elden Ring, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to be spoiled on Elden Ring because I still haven't beaten Elden Ring, and I'm kind of and so like him doing the DLC and stuff, I will sit there and I will lurk, but I won't actively watch. Yeah, and it's like that. Oh man. So for anyone who has or has not noticed during the chaotic Wednesday and Saturday streams, um, as opposed to the exceedingly rare PAL streams, I don't do well in groups of people. I'm usually very quiet. That is why I now have the mute buttons so that I can, mute myself because I don't want to interrupt people talking to their stream. But like, if I get raided, and I get raided a lot during the big group streams, I don't want to just be like, oh, thank you for raiding me. It's like, no, I want to tell you thank you for raiding me, but I don't want to have to fight over 5 people for it. The problem is I forget that I'm muted sometimes, and so it's like, Key, why haven't you been talking? And it's like, oh no. Oh yeah, like the thing is that I would like to be able to make money off of streaming, but I know that I'm not going to make money off of streaming and keep my meaningful chat. Like I would like my if I'm honest right now, I would like my stream to grow a bit. A little bit. Like just have more faces, just not 50 faces, please. No. Like I like having people to talk with and bounce ideas around because I'm going to be honest, most of the reverie that I had built is based around how it feels being a world builder and having no one to share the ideas with. At some point, you stop even writing down the ideas. Like, I wish I could find my old notepads. I used to have notepads that had literally information about the worlds written in notepad about a bunch of stuff, and it's like, yeah, but I would stop writing as well if not for my terrible memory. Ha! Assuming that my terrible memory would stop me. I forget that I have terrible memory. Let's see. It would be under what is that? Dropbox. It might be under Dropbox, under personal, maybe. Stories, constructs. Nope. That's the map to a pocket world. Oh no, the sad little wee woo song. Crafts. I think that's nope. Four Fortress games with a plural. Yeah. Okay. God, this game looks terrible. Kind of want to fix it up. Card game. That's right. I was working on a card game. Yeah, sad little wee woo song. Let me find it. It would be under personal, I believe. Yeah, it's the sad little wee woo song. Uh, oh man, I forget. I forget. Who were you? Who were you? Oh, I remember her now. Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh my goodness. Nom nom. Um, about those nom noms. Let me. Why am I unable to return people's? Unless Mal is doing it faster than me. So this one is for my. This one is like a list of stuff for a 3D game that I was building a long time ago. Learn how to render, learn how to add in camera and movement, learn how to render a block, learn how to render an array of blocks efficiently. And it like kept going down and down and oh man. Okay, but what is this? Some things are meant to be zoomed out. I remember that picture. Magic. I forget what this was. What was it? Oh, right. For Ars Magica. Journal. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is a journal entry from December 14th of 2012. Oh, no. This is from 12 years ago. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, no. So, journal entry. November 21st, 2014. It's been over a year since my last entry and I don't have much to say. I have been learning a new program, Unity.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no. On a side note, and probably something very important to consider, I was thinking of making a compound system that is, make and use a custom periodic table of elements. It's not something easy to consider, but it is something to consider. I was thinking that it would be 26 elements, one for each letter of the English alphabet. I remember that idea. Oh no, I remember that idea. It was going to be such a terrible system if you didn't know Q was magic. If you didn't know Q was magic. That's actually, so fun random key fact. Off of the more or less discarded custom periodic table of elements, where Q was the element of magic, that is why Kefalio starts with a Q. Oh no, I have a game named Why Another. Oh, I was hoping I could find these. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Is Kefalio just a complex molecule then? Kind of, yeah. I forget, like, I had written what all of them were and, like, how to compose them and stuff. Okay, so the cool thing about this, game that I just found, this game project that I just found, this is actually a game I've been wanting to remake. So finding it is very good. Okay, so it's called Why Another. Cool. Reality something. Retro. Ah, yes. What year did I start this on? 2013. Cool. Yeah, for like, so some of my stuff is the chunk checker. What the fuck is the chunk checker? What the? Ooh, that's right. This game. Oh, this game was gonna have a pre-made map. So most of my maps, if people didn't know, most of my games are procedurally generated, and this one I had actually designed. It was gonna be. I'm gonna post this just randomly. Southwest being rewarded for not updating software since 1992. So, this was a layout for one of the. It was going to be a remake of an old game that I had been working on. What was this? Block Selector? Yeah. So it was the first game that I had decided to try and really work on. And this was a remake, an attempted remake of it. Didn't pan out well. However, the thing was, what made it so special to me. I had, oh god, these avatar. I'm like, yeah, I can. No, I can't. I can't use these. These look terrible. I found my old avatar base. It looks terrible. The cool thing with how this system works, how so I had a game. It was like, I don't know, it was like 2004. I had a dream, and in that dream there was a game that like, you does anyone remember back in like Windows 95 where you would open up your taskbar and go to accessories and then games, and it would be like, here's a list of like solitaire and ski free and whatever. So in the dream I had done that, and this was around the time where that had actually already been taken out, but I found a game that was just called Map. And it's like, what the heck is this? And I like opened it, and it was just like, it started up with like a lame, like a lame MS-DOS style freaking, you can tell that they were limited on how many colors they could have, almost like RuneScape, freaking a map opening. And it was just like, select, make a character. And I'm like, oh, cool. And so it's like, I went to make the character, and it's like, okay, yeah, you have made the character. What stats do you want to put your points into, and whatever and whatever. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna, have these stats. And so then like you play the game, and it was like a Zelda overhead game. And it's like, wow, it's a Zelda overhead game, and it, like, I don't know how to describe how the combat was. Think like a mix of Zelda and Tibia, if anyone has played Tibia. If anyone has played Zelda, as a matter of fact, because like, I don't want to assume that people have already played Zelda. But it was, and it's like, oh yeah, and so I started trying to make that game, and then like I tried to remake that as this, because after that there was I tried to remake it as a more essentially, because map was a pre-made world. I wanted to make one that was a set, like a procedurally generated world that wasn't set, and so I had the, oh god, what was it called? Oh no, what was it called? Oh no, what was it called? It was something. It was something. It sounds like what eventually became Dwarf Romantic. Well, the thing is that like map was like a set map, and like you would walk around on the map, and it was just like it was an RPG, but as opposed to there being like an overarching story, it was like, oh yeah, events could happen. Like, oh no, a necromancer has moved into the conveniently placed necromancer tower. Somebody needs to stop him. And things like that. And so there was another game that I was working on where the maps would change, but it was based on a biome. And I showed it to someone, and aside from the fact that the character was naked, because I'm going to be honest, I usually draw the character naked and don't even think about like the character should have clothes, but I didn't put clothes on them yet. So they're like running around. Like after a bit, I started giving them boxers, and so they looked like the main character from Changed. But before that, they were just like a bald and naked. But it was like the person who watched me like explain the game, because like there were trees and there were bushes. Is their name Colin? Something like that. The guy who Puro likes. But the like the game that I made had bushes and trees, and like there were water tiles and swamp tiles and these and those, and they're like, oh, this is cool. This is cool. And they like, and I'm like, yeah, and like watch, and I cut down like too many trees in an area, and it was like it suddenly you see like all the grass start to turn into plains and like turn into dirt and stuff. And they're like, what's going on? I'm like, I've cut down so many trees, it's no longer a forest, it's now plains. And they're like, wait, that's like that shouldn't be happening that fast. I'm like, we're playing at 1,000 times speed right now. And so like I put down some trees, and it's like I put down trees and suddenly grass, and it's like it's a forest now. And then like they're like, this is actually kind of neat. Okay. It needs to have a game to it though. Let me stop these videos. But it's like, yeah. So my game then turned into that, and then it turned into what I called Town Life. So Town Life had it was, the best way I can describe it is you were going to play in a small like section of the map. Like think RimWorld, honestly. RimWorld slash Minecraft is really the best way I can describe it now, because RimWorld was not out at the time. But where like you play on a section of the map and you make a base on the map and you play as a single character, but you can get NPCs and you tell the NPCs, hey, I want you to start building this. Hey, I want you to start doing this. Or like you set up schematics and it's like, we want to build a house that looks like this here. And the NPCs that are assigned to building would be like, yes. You want to know the funny thing, Gamma? You want me to tell you the funny thing? I started explaining this concept to someone and they're like, oh, you got the idea off of Dwarf Fortress. I'm like, say what? You've never heard of Dwarf Fortress? No. You gotta play Dwarf Fortress. And that was when I got introduced to Dwarf Fortress. That was when I was introduced to Dwarf Fortress. And I'm like, hot damn, this has a lot of my ideas. However, it missed one of my key ideas. The thing is that I wanted it to be 3D and where you play it as a single person. One of the key ideas, yes. But it's 3D and you play as a single person. There's other people there and there's like NPCs and stuff, but you play as a single person. Let me see if I can find, because like to put it into perspective, I have files of Town Life from 2013. Oh man, that makes me sad. I have a stories folder, but the stories folder is empty. But like I have a list of what features I was going to add in. Temperature, cooking, tailoring, knitting, weaving, spinning, baking, strategy, plushies, pets, masonry, mechanisms, walls, world, out of character. This is something I am working on the schematics of, trying to figure out how I'm going to make walls have the ability to be thin. But the story folder was empty. Yeah, we have raids, sieges, personal items. Most items will have the ability to be forged and upgraded, as well as being bound so anyone can wield it. As well as not being bound so anyone can wield it. What? Oh, that meant that things were bound. Adventure points. These points are given to a person when they enter a new world. Read this as when they don't get to bring their already existing items. These points allow them to purchase most basic items using this special currency before they arrive at the new world. Farming, alchemy, music, feasts, parties, agility, performances, hospitals, injury, and illnesses. Understand that this was a game that died from scope creep. Scope creep is the death of games. That's right. The game that I had made after map was called Exploration. Special currency. EA would like to know your location. I bet they would. Bastards. Yeah, and this was this game was a game that I had worked with someone else on. And I'm looking at it and it's like, yeah, they wanted me to like, it was a game that I was working with someone else on, and oh wow. Oh no. What? Hold on. No way. It can't be. This game didn't have HGE in it, did it? It couldn't have. Like, can this even run on my computer? Oh, no. Static objects? Ooh. But can I get it to run? Hello? Game? Can you run? No, it's not running. It's not running. Send assistance. This is... I found this file. It's one of my old games. Remember how I said, that's right, it's called Exploration. The one that came after Map is called Exploration. I'm sending Mal a wonderful picture showing when this was last edited. And it's like, why is it not working? I want it to run. I don't think it can run on modern day computers. Ooh, ooh, it turned red. That's good. That indeed, Mal. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't even have a file extension. It does. It's a .exe. Yes. Yes. How much longer is it going to take? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no, this one doesn't have the trees. Oh no. Oh goodness, I made this in C++. Okay, hold up. Go under my avatar and chat, please. Okay. One of those was made when Bush was president. Okay, so HGE is not mine. I'm telling you that here now. HGE stands for Half's Game Engine. Okay, is it gonna, come on, load, show it up. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it goes. This is 22-year-old Key learning learning C++. This is such an old game. Do I have anything? I can sit down. I can sit down. It doesn't have the it's not super fast. Okay, so here's the swamp water. And then it goes into normal shallows. There should be deep water. Yeah, here's the deep water. Oh no, I was stuck. Yeah, watch. Deep water. And understand that this was made by someone who was working in C++ and had no idea what they were doing. If you ever are sitting there like, I want to make a game. Oh no, that plant started to grow. I think this is our tree. Oh no, it's moving. It's moving. I can tell by the model you are so pleased. Oh, this is a wasteland. This is when the spinny boys come by. The spinny boys turned it into a wasteland. That's not actually what it's called. I'm just joking and pulling the Black Spiral dancers in. And then this is the desert. Like, notice how the character's feet get stuck, like sink into the sand a little bit. Believe it or not, this is actually like for what's this? For fresh 22-year-old me, this was huge. And oh man, Oh, we reached the end of the map. Okay, so it doesn't crash when I walk off of the edge. I can't find the other game that I had worked on. I'm pretty sure because like I barely got anywhere in it. It is so much easier to make games now than back then, just because we have cool game engines like Unity and Godot and Unreal. I don't like Unreal, but some people do. Like, look at these bushes. They're not supposed to exist there. This is the kind of thing you open it and it starts some kind of cheesy creepypasta. It is. But, like, look, you can sit there and just... A lost file you found after a lot of time in a mysterious folder. And what's funny is I just realized I have the concept file. I have the concept file. I just realized my biome system is like... The biome system is BIOS. And all I could think of is if you flip two of the things around, it turns into boys. Gardening. Can you garden? Oh, that's right. Oh, there were different plants that I was going to have grown. All plants and such that you can harvest and grow go here, along with the biome requirements and growth rates. Plants have a better chance to grow in more fertile biomes. I was going to make a joke that key booted the EXE and this Stuxnet virus is all, after 10,000 years, I'm free! It's time to conquer Earth! So, Melas, HP recovery, it grows best in forests. Berunlas, MP recovery, it grows in swamps. Maxura, it's the sleepy herb, it grows in the wastelands. Any tameable pet goes into this little slot here. Wolves, foxes, dogs, cats, horses, and birds. Biome system. The biome system works in a special manner in that snow, rain, dryness, sand, dirt, mud, etc. can be made. Things in a biome. Humidity. Low levels make more sandy ground. Higher makes it more muddy. Heat. Lower makes it colder and snowy. Higher makes humidity drop faster. Fertility, lower makes a wasteland, higher makes it foresty. Static, lower makes it calm, higher makes thunderstorms. Water, how well water grows and spreads in that biome. Let's see. Monsters. All monsters spawn rate and any biome spawn requirements go here. Rats, goblins, orcs, werewolves, wolf folk, and wolves. Wolf folk were monsters, by the way. Oh no. I'm looking at the weapons and it's like weapons. All weapons held in any hand go here. Melee, sword, dagger, mace, axe, claymore, scimitar, war axe, hammer, scythe, spear, naginata, halberd, guitar, sickle, fan, claws. Ranged: bow, crossbow, gun, javelin, throwing knife, slingshot, blowpipe, water gun, and bombs. Defense: shield, tower shield, buckler, kite shield. And then we have special: flail, morning star, ball and chain, chained qatar, grappling hook, flying kite, and then here's the final weapon. It is marked under special. It is called panic button with parentheses around it saying very rare. Oh, no. Panic button, very rare. Okay, so we have the basic spells as well: fireball, ice bolt, lightning strike, wind gust, entangle, earth spike, and then supporting spells: barrier, heal, revive, pocket hole, detect, invisibility, and silence. Wait, generators. ID for generators. Any item goes here. That's right, because you needed to have elemental stuff. Character animations. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Like I wouldn't mind remaking this game to be more modern. Welcome back. Like this character model I don't mind. There was like the other character model that I saw looked awful. Looked absolutely terrible. The character's walking just like, oh, it doesn't. I think the idea of a constantly changing landscape like that would make for a neat game environment. So here's the thing: while reading through the notes, I actually realized one of the things was you had a pocket dimension. Like this landscape was constantly changing, and you had to try and manipulate it to do stuff. But you had a pocket dimension where you would go into the pocket dimension to like store your stuff and have a safe haven. But like, oh no, it's the deep swamp. Bloop. But like, with the pocket dimension, you didn't want to stay in there too long because if the landscape around your pocket dimension changed, that wasn't a good thing. But what in the world is BP? This is step 3. Distribute BP. What is BP? Oh, I bet you it means biome points. Right? Maybe. Yeah. Prologue. Stuff that happened goes here. On the planet, something strange has been happening. People believe it is due to nation's war or method of. Deciding to investigate, explore, or other reasons, a certain person arrives on a strange plot of land. Biomes will rapidly and randomly change. Players and NPCs can change this with spells. You know, it's ancient when you've forgotten. Yeah, it's Key of a Past Life has written this. Character design and whatnot goes here. While designing a character, the map will generate. Character creation. Creation is used when making a character. The built-in one will work off of randomizers. Choosing. Was it step 1? Choosing your character's age, race, skin color, basic clothes, hair, and hair color. Step 2. choosing beginning stats, skills, and BP. Step 3, distribute BP, needs section of its own. Step 4, choose a name, last name, and a code name. The last one's optional. Step 5, choose a starting location. Character stats. Stats are basic info or basic things and info about them. STR, strength increases melee damage and carry strength. Agility increases run speed and attack speed. Endurance increases defense and max HP. Intelligence increases magic power. Wisdom increases cast speed. MP regeneration if you're able to regenerate MP. And max spells. Intuition increases magic defense and detection. Block increases max block strength. Parry increases parry ability. Variables, which then just goes into fucking code. Literally, unsigned int, strength, agility, endurance. Wait. No. Darn. I was hoping that I would find out what BP is there. I can't find what BP means. Send Colette. So the reason why I couldn't find this, apparently, is because I put it into a different... Big Ponchies, yeah. I put it into a different slot that I shouldn't have. I put it into a folder with this game, and let's see. This atlas, when was... Because I'm trying to find out when this game was made. Because it's saying that this is like modified on November 2013, and it's like created on January 2016. You see, the things that I know I lost are my Flash games. Ooh, journal. Is this the same journal I read before? Yeah, darn. So one of the things I was thinking on doing, I was thinking about starting to do more world building and game development and stuff on stream. What the hell? Paunch Goblin. Okay, why is this telling me to... What the... Yes, do it. Do what? The world building or the game development, or both? What is this? Noted. Character sheets. Isn't this the one that... Oh, yeah, this is the one that flashes. Can we stop it? Rewind. Oh, this is for Ars Magic. I'm like, yes, is this for the old... No. Oh, man, 2014. Okay, this journal. Is this also this? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Game of Life is exactly what it sounds like. Let's see if I... What if I open this? What is this game? Is this... Ooh. Okay. Oop. Oh, it already went. It already went to this. Okay, so this is another form of exploration. We had character templates. You could change what your skin tone was. Oops. So, fun fact: I had to build all this. All of what you are seeing is actually stuff that I had to I had to figure out how to make this UI. Can I push load? There's nothing there. So all the UI is stuff that I had a paunchy. Like if you watch, that lowering down was because of an issue that I had. You could have different hairstyles. So like that was a ponytail. Oh nope. Oh yeah, and so fun fact, like if your character had like didn't have proper length of hair to get certain hairstyles, you would lose it. So like if you shaved your character's hair bald, your hair turns into messy. And so your character's hair would lengthen over time. Don't ask. So like you can also like change what kind of pants you have. This is also another game I wouldn't mind. Like, ah yes. Yes, I get the red hat. Yeah. Now we're cooking. So after that, we go to the question section. As you can tell, this was supposed to be Manhattan time was looking really different today. So this was where it was like, you know, you picked what made your character what they were. When you were younger, what was your primary class? Cooking. At cooking school, which subject did you major? Farming. Now, what is your second class? Research. At research school, which subject did you major? Logic. And finally, your third class, combat. Which one did you... Note, guns require the research. Yeah, because if you didn't have the guns research, your character would be decent at guns, but you like your civilization didn't know how to build them. So we'll just say spears. Between these, which would you say fits best? Dexterous. What kind of climate did you grow up in? Cold. What did you do for fun? Study. What's your greatest achievement? Corrected a teacher on a subject. Congratulations, you've completed the quiz. Personality. So, if your character was taken over by an NPC, which is not really too uncommon in this game, you like, what kind of character were they? Were they moral? Like, did they have good morals? Were they kind? Were they innocent or corrupted? Violent? Peaceful? Selfish? Selfless? Hateful? Loving? Hates magic? Loves magic? Hates tech? Loves tech? Offensive? Defensive? Militarial? Or civilian? So the thing is that depending on what you picked would change how the character would act if you weren't playing as them. And you could also set up characters to be made. Like, you could set up characters like for an NPC to play as specifically, and this was essentially what their personalities were. And so, like, if you picked for a character to be like a civilian, full civilian means that they never practice weapons. They never like they will suck in a fight. But if you pick full military, they will never look up like how they will never learn how to cook. They will only know how to fight. Keeping it balanced, they'll like take time to spar, take time to cook. Offensive and defensive changed. Like If they're defensive, they will stand their ground more easily, but if they're offensive, they will try to gain ground even if they lose ground. Hating tech or loving tech, if they hate tech, they will try and find ways to go around without tech, same as magic. Hateful means that they try not like bother with people, where loving, they will like try and help people as much as they can. Same with selfless, but there's like different, like selfless, they will actively give items to people, where loving is like, oh, this person got hurt, let me take some time to help you. Peaceful, they won't try and start fights. Where violent, they'll like try and practice fighting. BS like that. So then general, we then have a Hunin, because I didn't want to call them human. So we have a Hunin, which is actually human, if you were wondering. Stop the Hunin! So we have race and subrace. The Hunin only have Hunin for their race. If you don't know what stop the Hunin means, don't worry. And if you do know what stop the Hunin means, John Freeman, you let next boss step on me, and now I'm head crab zombie. Prep air to die. So then we have the Magimancer. So the thing is, Magimancer was someone who could use magic, but the pants were dead. Exactly! Stop the hunting! Okay, so Magimancer, so humans cannot use magic. They can use magic items, but they can't cast magic. A Magimancer means someone who has been infused with magic. And so you had different things. You could be a cow. You could be a chicken. You could be a pig. You could be a wolf. Ooh, you could be a wolf. A polecat, a fox. You could be a fox. Sadly, we did not have the appearance for it yet, but you could be a fox. You can also be a beastkin, or werebeast, or doll. So the thing is, with the doll sub-races are actually, what element were you? Were you a creation doll, an illusions doll, a time doll, a sealing doll, an animancy doll, a weather doll, a dispel doll, a liquids doll, a soil doll? Oh no, that sounds bad nowadays times. An electricity doll, a thermal doll, a flora doll, a healing doll. So the difference between beastkin and werebeast, as you would imagine, so here you go. This is exactly like Scion is probably, well, Ion is probably happy at this option. Do you not see what the species is? I here. Yeah. So you could play as a foxkin. So it has been absorbed into my peepers. So the thing is, when we talk about Magimancers, where it's like a cow Magimancer, a chicken Magimancer, a pig Magimancer, a wolf Magimancer, understand we are referring specifically to the four-legged kind. Beastkin are assumed to have some level of magic. Magimancer means that it is a feral animal or a human that has magic in them now. Stop the hunting! Let me see. I forget if you pick to be a Magimancer, and let me go through the questions again. When you were younger, what was your primary class? Cooking, open fire. Play with magic. That's right. Yeah, it does change it. Dispelled someone's spell. If you pick Magimancer, you get different questions for the quiz. This makes me think back to when we were playing Brawl and you were Ike, since it's an old thing, and that was also old. This might have been around that time, yeah. Yeah, so there is no start. Like, this screen is blank. Sorry. However, this screen is also blank. And this screen is also blank, but this screen is not. Okay, so this was what you used to generate the world. So the fun fact about this game is it was supposed to be an island-based game where you play on multiple islands. So on this, there's there's 8 islands and 6 people in total. It's year 25. There's 4 kingdoms. Respawn is injury L, so you respawn with an injury. There's no injury, injury L, injury high, rebirth, and none. Magic and tech, you could pick what the starting no, not even the starting. The higher magic you had, the more magic was in the world. Higher tech was essentially the more that technology was easier to get. Danger is how strong of monsters spawn. Islands, year, kingdoms. So we then can go to celestials. We can add in the celestial. We're going to add in the sun. Minutes to a day 10, days to a season 10, seasons to a year. Let's make that more reasonable. Let's make this, okay, it's now RimWorld. And then we're going to add in another one. We're going to have it be the moon. We're going to call it Sipsa. We're going to add in another celestial. So there are suns, moons, rings, constructs, think satellites, and that's it. Weird. There should have been stars. Biomes. So the chances for biomes in each of these. There's no options. So this is running on XNA, Terraria's game engine. I'm actually a little proud of this. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Punch. Okay. Punch.temp. It is surprisingly complex. Yeah, the main issue on why I stopped working on it, it wasn't that it was complex, hilariously. The issue on why I stopped working on it was I kind of lost a lot of my stuff that let me do it. Punch.temp, very rare. Yeah. Oh, fingers crossed. Who, I'm going to start a poll. Because so some of my games do not have a working quit button. I'm going to start a poll on, does quit work? Yes, of course, or no. Or no. It's just a button. I'm going to go ahead and have that be a minute. And while that goes on, I'm going to get a Seto. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. And wait, why did I start a poll? It should have been it should have been a prediction. Whatever. It worked. Yeah, I rolled with it. I'm just gonna casually and quietly close some of these browsers. And restart some of these. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find another game. Yeah, I used to make way too many game projects, and like I would start up new game projects and new game projects and new game projects and new game projects. So the one that I had just shown you, I really liked the character design in that one. I remembered that. And I might not now. What was this game? Oh, I remember this one. Luke called it the punchy game. It was called Disoriented Reality. Good to see that creativity shifted over to making characters. I haven't been making as many characters as I used to, though. The thing is, like, you could ask Luke. I used to make like a character a day. I made too many characters. Let's see. Card game? Did card game have anything to play? No. Card game was just that. I mean, what? I could confirm that as well. Did I make a character day for you? I know I made a fair bit of characters around you. That is fair, but Loot had to experience it. Loot had to experience the fact that Furcadia couldn't keep up with how many characters I had. Like, Furcadia was like, excuse me, you can only make 2 characters a day. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then 2 days would, or a day would go by, and it's like, okay. And it's like, do you just have characters set up? I'm like, yeah. Okay, so who knows the game Xenophobe? Tours has grown fed up. Who knows the game Xenophobe? Okay, so there was a game on the NES and a few other systems. You play as a person, like if I remember correctly, which will like make a lot more sense. So this was in the time where movies were getting turned into video games, and video games almost completed with making it into a game, lost the license, and thus had to remake the game to remove the stuff. Xenophobe was originally supposed to be an aliens game. Let's see. Is this one older or more new? It's hard to tell sometimes. No, this is the same. Did it? Oh, this doesn't even have the appearance. Okay, so it's older. Okay. But one of the games that I had been working on was going to be like Xenophobe. Oh, what is this game? This looks like it could be interesting. Oh. 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 World Gen. Oh! Character base. That's right! Yes! Yes! I had been working on it in 3D. Oh, and the sun's coming back up. Race, Magimancer, doll, human, Magimancer. Oh, I had cut down a lot of stuff. Personality, their morality, social purity, violence, importance, care, magic view, tech view, stance, and activity. And then you could pick like what points you wanted to put things into, and it would tell you how much these cost each. Loot told me, oh yeah, so magic cost a ton to learn. Oh, but you could have like you could color your. Oh, this is fun to me. So this is very obviously Unity. That's right. I think that one was. Wow, those really. Title, first name. Okay, so if we go like first name, Ponchi. Last name, Kelaon. Title, The Paunch. Nickname, Pon Pon. So tokens, if you were wondering, tokens were essentially one-off abilities that you had. So like if your character could fly, it was a token. Being able to cast magic was going to be a token. So I notice how it's the Paunch, Paunchy, Pon Pon, Kelaon. I can remove last name. I can remove title, make it Paunchy, Pon Pon. Remove nickname, it's just Paunchy. Title is prefix. I can make it Paunchy, Kelaon, the Paunch. I can you can have you can have all these stats potential. I forget what a lot of these were. Oh man, fist fighting, very short, medium, long, very light, normal, heavy, very heavy, blades, blunts, hilt, grip, long hilt, staff hilt, flexible, force, parry, bow, spell smithing, enchanting, observation, creation, card smithing, plushomancy, elemental, illusions, time magic, surveillance, shapeshifting, sealing, animancy, weather, dispel, liquids, soil, electricity, thermal, flora, healing, medicine, lore, logic. Let's see, info. Merunvine exploration, working title, Alpha Dev Build version 0.0.1b. Tutorial and information stuff will go here later on. Changelog, suns and camera now go by time instead of FPS. Added in rotating the character on the character screen. Fixed skirts and short hair bug. Added in shift to make +10 increments on the world gen screen. Coming up, selecting a world to play in and movement. So remember how I said I could have sworn you're able to make stars. No! I could have sworn you were able to make stars. So minutes and days, day and phase. If I push start, so it would it generates a random. So remember how I said how it was a random island? Like, oh yeah, and it, like you would play on islands and stuff. In this version, it generated the island that you would play on. This version does not have the trees, I guess. Whoop. Fun fact. Like, this was called solder. S-A-T-E-R. Short for salt water. Chores is grown fed up. Oxbow lakes are formed when their rivers meander. It's too wibbly, wibbly, wobbly to maintain the course they're on. Ooh. What the hell's an oxbow or our bovine friends' fashion and weaponry? See, this is basically most of a game already. Exactly, right? So what it was your character, like, you needed to have, like, you needed to make a base, like a base of operations, and once you made your base of operations, do I have, Yeah, like how many civilizations, how many people there are, etc., etc. You could declare war on them, whatever. This is actually not the most recent version, and I don't know where the most recent version is. What is this? Oh no. Oh no. What version of Minecraft is this for? I wouldn't mind playing this. Will it be something you'll return to after Put Up Your Dukes? Yes. Okay, so I don't know how to actually like just put it on the screen. So Put Up Your Dukes is holding back nothing really, but I'm working on Put Up Your Dukes. And so the game that I just showed, Exploration, I have essentially combined a lot of the things that I tested that worked, the things that I tested that didn't work. Like for example, I'm going to open it back up to show the character creation. Blah blah blah. Load. All right. Okay, so things like Magimancery are no longer in Henthvella. So something you might have noticed, Merunvine is a different world from Henthvella. Henthvella being where Key is. So Magimancery doesn't use 99 points. But it takes a lot to learn magic still. One of the other things is when it comes to combat, so like fist fighting, and then we go to very short, so like daggers, short swords, medium, normal swords, long swords, very long, like Zweihinders. I don't like that concept. I liked it at the time. I don't like it now. I don't like that it's so split apart and so separated. Does that make sense? Let's see. And so, like, I've been working on cutting it down, as well as things like if we go to the magic section, I actually want to write down what these are, because one of the issues I've been having is I don't know what elements to put in, and it's like, oh, I remember these. So spell smithing. Okay, so one of the concepts in this game was you needed to craft your spells. You had to put your spells together, and spell smithing made it easier for your character to craft new spells. Enchanting, I don't think that needs to be to be explained. I don't know what the difference between observation and surveillance is, though. Creation magic is essentially pulling. It's ex nihilo. You're just like, oh, I need a sword. Cast a spell. Boom, sword in your hand. The better you were at creation, the less energy it took, but the longer it would that could actually be it, Gamma. But like in creation, the less energy it took, the longer it lasted. Cardsmithing. So cardsmithing is essentially making scrolls. I call them cards. Plushomancy. Yeah. I'm not telling Glued about that. Elemental is elemental spells. Illusions. Don't think that I don't think I need to explain what a lot of them are, except maybe animancy. Animancy is just animating things. dispelling liquids, soil, electricity, thermal, flora, healing, medicine, lore, logic. Like, I don't like how the weapons are split up. Because one of the issues was that it's like, well, I want it to be where it's like, and it's like, no. We can make it easier. There's the sun. Goodbye, sun. Whee. Yeah, see, you got 4 tokens, and so the tokens were very special things. One of the tokens was actually stuff like, able to use magic. And able to read runes. So back to my previous commentary on. So put up your dukes is not holding back the other games. Or rather, like, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, well, these games are just. I want to see what I can do in Godot to make these sorts of games in it. There are 3 games currently on my list, 4 technically. One of them, put up your dukes. An arena testing thing, plushomancy. Did I actually hear that? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Plushomancy. Fox peeks his head out to observe and then just quickly goes back in like, nope. Ooh. Ooh, this one has black spiral in it. So, like, isn't that what we do? Pounce on opportunity. Yes. Hydrate. So, we then, like, so put up your dukes. I'm pretty sure everyone knows it's a test game for me. It's not that I'm going to be like, oh, now that I've completed the test, it's going to be casted away. It's more that, I want to properly test it out and stuff. Silkers. Void spiral. I'm going to go ahead and... This looks like a character I had already made. Sword crash. Black hole. There is... Oh, there... Okay, so it's just called Void Spiral. I thought it was called Black Spiral. Oh, that's right. The game had a hilarious comment if you used revive after you died. Silkers another hair. Okay, yeah, this is... I did not use the word silk at the time. Gresh spiral. Oh, no. So, after put up your dukes, I was going to work on the RPG game where there's classes. You pick a class, you go through stuff and things like that. I forgot how terrible the controls were in this game. Okay, so I like how the character zooms around. So the game after Put Up Your Dukes is actually the spiritual successor of this game. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? What's the game you could just go around for liver? It depends. What do you mean by go live forever by going out of bounds? It depends. What killed you that you needed to go out of bounds? Oh no, I don't have enough focus. Oh no, that's a big bat. Whoop. Oh no, what? Oh, I died. You have lost. And then if I if I use this is from September of last year. You play as a blue guy in a tan world against green blobs. Oh, that's from one of my game jams. That is like whole new exploration or something. I can find that. That one, like, because that one was actually in a game jam, I should actually still have it. Da-da-da-da. Whoop. Ooh. Ooh, is this what I think it is? Oh yeah, oh. Oh. Yes! Okay, so I need to save that one. That'll be the one that I look at after this. Okay, let me see if I can find it. If I can't find it, I'll download it off of itch.io. Yes, because I actually have it uploaded. I have that one uploaded on itch. Because it was a game jam game. Oh, there it is. Whole exploration. Called Game Jam Holes is the project name. Yeah, I use itch. Okay. Here we go. Utilize various weapons and spells to clear rooms of slimes you find within. WASD to walk, left click to use left weapon, right click to use right weapon, Q to use left spell, E to use right spell. After the end of each room, some holes will spawn, showing what modifiers you can have. You will also be able to pick one weapon or spell before arriving in the next room. Begin. Yeah, there's like, I forget how you get out of bounds. I think you need to have higher speed though. Faster, slower. A smaller map, cowardice. Ooh, no. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just pick faster. Oop. +3 enemies. Let's see. I'd like a sword in the left hand as well. Yeah. I'd like it to give me a good spell though. Hallways. All right. Ooh, disc. Okay, I'll take the disc. So the disc doesn't do a lot of damage. Like, it honestly barely does any damage. The sword does good damage, though. The problem is that I'm also really low on, I'm low on stamina. Faster and plus 5 HP. I'm gonna go ahead and just, next. Oop, I got hit. Hallways, corridors, faster corridors. Plus 2 difficulty, a horde. I'm gonna go ahead and you get rapier. Oh. If I remember correctly, the advantage of the rapier was that the rapier barely uses any stamina. I go ahead and heal. Bigger map and smaller map. Plus 5% defense, slower HP. Oh, there we go. There you go, Mao. There's going out of bounds. Yeah, so you play as a blue guy in a tan world against green blobs. Plus 5% to your attack. Oh, balance wave, yes! Balance wave. It's not balanced. Cowardice. Ooh, I want faster stamina regeneration, yeah. I don't... Whoa, no. Okay. I needed to make it where they don't spawn so close to each other. And so yeah, this is a game. Bigger map, slower, plus 5% to attacks. Heroics, smaller map. Ooh, I like this. Well, I don't like the cowardice. Oh, nope, I didn't mean to. No. Okay, so -2 difficulty hallways. A horde, heroics, heroics. Yes. Oh no. And so, Mal, is this what you were expecting when I told you about the game? Were you expecting it to just be a blue man in a tan world against green blobs? Vaguely. Let's see. -1 enemy, +2 difficulty, slower, 5% attack. All right, this is probably where I'm gonna die. Oh no, that's a lot of creatures. But you don't have to die. You can just go out of bounds. Well, there's a problem about that, actually. I can go out of bounds, but so can they. +3 enemies, but I'm faster. Go ahead and... Oh, no, that's a lot. You see, the higher your difficulty, the more score that the slimes give you. Like, so if I go here, like, oh, I've lost. I had a score of 5,294, though. A slime has been rejected from this world, yes, no. Super pet! Super pet! Okay, so, here we go. Okay, so the funny thing is, with this game, whenever you load it up, it gives the game a random name. And what it is that it's of material, item, and material item. So this time it was of glass bolt and sapphire robes. So there's no culture creator, there's no village creator. Prior to RimWorld ideology, the culture creator was going to be essentially what RimWorld ideology is. What characters do and how it affects them. Like, if you, like if a culture hates magic and you were a magic user, like, how would they punish you? Would they shun you? Would they try to execute you? That kind of thing. Were beasts, etc., etc. I don't know how up to date this is. So oh yeah. So the reason why I'm like, was this one of the more up to date ones? Because the more up to date ones, you can do this. And it's not the most up to date, but we're gonna just go ahead and put in. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and name this Twitch so that I know. Whoop. Oh, I want to see that again. I want to see that again, but I want it to be a bigger world. I want it to be 120 by 128 by 128 or 124. Oh, that's how big I can make it. Okay, ready? Pop. There we go. Boop. Smoothing climates. Okay, so if you're wondering what these dark spots are, these dark spots, it depends on the opportunity, because I'm going to be going home soon. But these dark spots, like, okay, so this is a different type of dark spot. These dark spots are clouds. This dark spot is corruption. Look, the ocean can move. This was also made in XNA. Oh, I was able to save it. Am I able to load it? Okay, so I can just put in generate a world the size of a 32-bit signed integer. I can't. No, 124 by 124 is the limit. I'm gonna go ahead. We all know how all this works. So So, fun fact. This was actually supposed to be important to not share with people, but I only put it in as a test to see if I could make it. It doesn't matter if you share it with people now or not, because the game never came out. Nah. But that was your character's code. Okay, so now we get to walk around the world. Yes, this game has sound. ASD the Brave. We're walking. Look, it's an ocean. So that was leaving the world map and going to the local map. And look, you can actually go into the ocean. Like it was actually an ocean you could go into. And look, you can get down the trees. Oh Jesus, that's loud. Oh Jesus, that's loud. Okay. Hold up, let me open up the volume mixer real quick. Whew. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and pick up some fibers. And the oak. Ooh, we got good amount of oak this time. And look, you can cut down the trees. Did I say that before or something? Or is that what I... Yeah, sadly, like, next, either Friday or maybe even Sunday, if I stream Sunday, I'll, like, when I do the solo streams now, I might start joining into voice chats. Okay, so, crafting, only show craftables. I want you to show me a spinner. And give me the mini game. Okay, so are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, that's right. The next Friday should be the Changeling game. I will do everything I can to make sure that it happens. So then it would be next Sunday, if I stream on Sunday. All right. So who is ready for the next? Who is ready to see this absolutely silly mini game? Look at this. It's like an EDR. Okay, and now that I'm standing in front of that, I should be able, yeah, I can make string. And because string is an item that actually has material limits, the better that I do in the mini game, the better quality it is. Oop, oop. And I should be able to put, yeah, I can put the string into my hand. I just need to craft something. Let me do the mundane fight real quick. Dun, 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 dun. So the funny thing is, you can also turn off the mini game and just make it where it's a progress bar. But that makes it where it's like quality very low, as opposed to this one, quality low. And the quality on those are low because the quality on these fibers are low. So now we should be able to make a loom. Yes. Look, like You don't understand how unbelievable this was for me. So I can also make a wooden mask. So I can put the mask on and have a mask. I'm going to go ahead and make more string. I think I need 4 string for what I'm wanting to do. Oh, I already had string. Okay, so I can make cloth. I was able to make cloth. Okay, so now we can turn the cloth into gloves. And now we have gloves of average quality. And I can put the gloves on. Also, you can take off outfits and put them on. It's a hot dog.
A woo. A woo.
Yeah, the sad thing is I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and like as much as I really do enjoy showing off all the absolute ridiculous stuff, that mask is just what, very flat? Does it look like it's literally just a it's literally just like a sheet of wood. So fun fact, you can also oh no! It destroyed the destroyed the grass. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. It's meant to just be something that covers your face. Why does it keep doing that specific sound? I don't get it. Mass, very little. Mass, very little. Come on. I need it to be higher than very little. Mass, little. Okay. So, getting grass and like turning the grass into oh okay, that's right, it needs to be the higher up there. Like one of the things that I wanted to do was let you pick what it's made out of, but I hadn't gotten that yet. And so like I don't remember if this is going to make it a grass cloth or a fibers cloth. But we're about to find out. And yes, if it turns into grass cloth and we turn it into gloves, it turns into but the quality is high. Ooh, we can have high quality gloves. We can have a high quality skirt. But it's green. Like if it would have been grass, it's not grass. But if it was grass, so like we can take the skirt off. Oh, that's a long skirt, so it's different. Like, oh, and the quality is average because I didn't do that great of a job. Okay, so here's some iron. We're gonna get some iron. We're gonna upgrade that and copper. TOS. What do you mean TOS? They're wearing they're wearing chest straps. Okay, so I should be able to build a furnace. No mini game, please. So this game, I had actually spent a lot of time working on this game, and the fact that it doesn't seem to be turning into nighttime means that this isn't even the updated version of the game. Oh no. Okay. Smelter. I probably need the smelter. Like if it starts to turn into nighttime, then it's the more updated version of the game. But this game went through so many different iterations and me fixing it up, and so I know that this isn't the most up to date one. Ingots. Okay, because we're gonna be going to the to what I personally consider to be the coolest thing in this game. Okay, what is this? It's a gold ingot. So let's see if we can make stone pommel. Can we make? Can we make an anvil? Okay. Show me what? No, no, no. What do I need to make an anvil? What do I need to make a metal handle? It requires an anvil. What do? Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to put a capital A. Requires iron ingot, iron ingot, iron ingot. Okay. So we're going to move that there, and then we're going to make an ingot. So as I kept cutting myself off, and I need to not do that. So put up your dukes. Once that's done, I'm going to be working on the game that weird one where I was jumping around the zombies and was all zippy. That one is the next one, but it's going to be more slower, methodical. It's a dungeon crawler with multiple players. And instead of just picking random items, you pick a class, and it was going to be dark and darker-esque in that you will lose your items if you die. And then after that, like, I was going to work on, I'm trying to remember the name of the game. Project Tile Lifters. So Project Tile Lifter is this game, but better. This game, when I was working on it, I was like, this is my magnum opus. Explore 2.0. Yes. What do I need to make a metal pommel? Unleash your craftables. Metal handle, metal rod. Where's pommel? Okay, so why can't I make as no, come on. Really? So the thing is, Like, looking at this game, if I could have gotten it to be what I wanted it to be, it would have been amazing. It honestly, I won't say that it would be my magnum opus, but if I could get it to where, like, the stuff that I wanted it to be able to do, it would have been amazing. And the fact that I got this close really, like, makes me upset that I stopped for the reasons that I did. Like, I should not have stopped. I should have kept going. Understand that all of this is programmer graphics, so it's not. So one of the key things is that this game, like, I don't know how to phrase, the game got better. This is such an outdated version of the game that you can't do a lot of the things that you can do in the updated versions. And I'm trying to get to the cool part, but it's taking forever because it's a really hard, like, it's a really slow-paced game at this point. One of the key things that I was trying to get the AI to handle is the ability to, like, walk around. That's silver. I want it. I want it. I want it. Nighttime. Nighttime. I saw it. I saw it. I saw nighttime. See? It's turning into nighttime. It's turning into nighttime. I wonder if this has the cool effect that I made for nighttime or not. If I had to guess off of how you can't really tell that it's a... Yeah, like, it... So in the other versions, it also gets darker. The fog around the character is supposed to get darker. And, like, if you notice, right now, it's, like, it goes farther down. I'm gonna see if I can... Can I make a campfire? Get ready for the crappiest campfire you're ever gonna see. Like I said, programmer graphics. Yeah, see, look. It's dark, but I can still see the campfire. But then I get closer to the campfire. And, like, one of the key things. It can look like a potato, it just needs to work. So one of the key things is that if you're standing in light, it's harder to see into the dark. And if you're standing in the dark, it's easier to see into the light. So, like, okay, it's not as obvious because this area does brighten up a bit, but, like, okay, so if I stand next to this tree, well, I guess maybe if I stand next to this rock, it goes 2 out from the tree. No, it goes 1 out from the... Okay, so over the dirt block is a knight's jump. Huh. I guess the campfire just goes farther. Oh. Okay, so here we go. No? Yeah, there you go. how it blocks out some of the like you can't see over that tree. You can't see north of that tree. But you can see north of that tree now. If you're standing in the light, it's harder to see into the dark. That was a mechanic I had worked on, and I thought it was so cool because I wanted it to be where it was, where like if you stood in the light, it was harder to see into the dark, so that, you know, if you're around a campfire for safety and warmth and whatever, creatures around and other, like, you know, if you're a hunter or scavenger or whatever, you could see it. So I'm uncomfortable. All right, here comes the big one. And this is such an outdated version of this game, and that's why it's like I really wish that I spent more time on it, but after the RPG dungeon crawler one, I'm working on Project Tile Lifter, which is this game, but much more advanced. And when I say advanced, I don't mean it has scope creep. I mean it's advanced as in I have been working on several concepts to make things so much better. Right now, you have to hold Alt and then hit Z or X in order to cut down a tree. In the other systems that I had worked on, you need to switch to harvesting mode. Okay, so here's the cool part. Here's the cool part. A sword. I have made a sword. Now, what does it say about the sword? The sword's blade is iron. The guard is made of gold. The handle is silver, and the pommel is gabbro. Because I made a stone pommel. Now I put it into. Oh wait, I need to look. You can see it. You can see that the guard is gold, the blade is iron, the handle is silver, and the pommel is gabbro. You could make items out of different materials. Oh man, you can't see anything now. Okay, so one of the reasons why I built the campfire so far away is that these actually generate light. Yeah, it's like Tinker's Construct. And it was because like different items, if you made a blade out of iron, the game was supposed to like detect like what task does all of this have. So like if you went to block an attack, it would go off of your guard and your blade. General handling went off of your handle, and the pommel was actually for like if you do a pommel strike and magic, because certain pommels can be for magic. Like, you know, you have a ruby pommel, you get to use ruby magic. Look at how dark it gets. I wanted it to be where it got to a point where, like, right here, this is pitch black. So you can only see what is directly next to you because your character is technically feeling around them. And then it's like, you light the campfire. I was so happy with, like, all the things that I had done in this. So, one of the other things... I'm turning off the minigame for that because I think it's easier. Okay, so we have some wooden floors there. I'm going to make a wooden window. You can open and close the window. I'm gonna go ahead and put a wooden door. So, other versions of the game that I had made of this, you could make staircases that went up to the next floor. Yeah. See, you can make you were able to make doors and stuff. And oh man, I was like, the game was not perfect, not in a long shot. Like, boop. But you have to admit that it was cool. Oh yeah, that's right. You can strafe, and then also. If I remember correctly, you were not able to enter and exit chunks that players had built on. So, like, because I had built on this chunk, I cannot walk on it. That way you can't just do this right on top of a player's base. See? I had put so much thought and effort into so much of this, and it's hilarious because, like, when I think about why I had stopped it, I'm like, I was dumb. I'm gonna switch to just chatting. The category I've been in all day. But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and flip this over to. Do I have? Okay, so project tile lifters. Do I have anything? No, I don't. All right, here we go. Project tile lifters. This should have more info. You see, the sad thing is I forgot my backpack, and I have a notebook marked Project Tile Lifter Style Guide. And you are a cute hot dog. Okay, so remember the game that I had talked about before where it's like, yeah, the biomes shift and stuff? Okay, so I had been working on advancing that entire concept. So in Project Tile Lifters, there is now height, temperature, atmosphere, humidity, flooding, fertility, flora, fauna, magic, and corruption. I don't know if I'm going to keep magic in because that's a Merunvine thing and not really so much Nth Vela. But I'm thinking about leaving it in as a representation of how much influence the Abyss has. So height changes how high that land is. Temperature is obviously how hot or cold it is. Atmosphere is fancy for how many clouds are in that area. So the higher the atmosphere, the more clouds. And humidity is, well, humidity. Flooding is how much water is there. So like aquifers, etc., etc. Fertility is how easy it is for plants to grow. Flora is for how much how many plants there are. Fauna is how many creatures there are. Magic is how magically powerful the land is. As I said before, I don't know if I'm leaving that in. Corruption is how evil the area is. So if you do really heinous acts, monsters start spawning. Um, all of these have ways to raise them and to lower them. Except for height, I have it marked as unsure, but I'm pretty sure magic can do that. Depending on what happens in those landscapes, changes what biome that landscape is. There's plains, jungle, forest, swamp, cliffs, ocean, desert, savanna, and woodland. There's sub-biomes, which are paths, ponds, lakes, railways, towns, cities, castles, rivers, and roads. Do I have any monsters? I do not. Um. There's one last thing that I want to show before I get ready to go. And so I'm going to need to work just a little bit to find. Trying to find Bumble is that's not it. Bacon would it be games? No. What is Godot? Okay, so it was before I had switched to Godot. I had been working on, or would it be, okay. You need a yip or yap sound command in honor of the fox. Wait, what is this? Is this what I think it is? Is this what I hope it is? Okay, good. I remembered what the name of the game is now. But where did Unity put my game? Okay, it might be in a different drive entirely. Because I remember what the game is called, but I don't remember where Unity put it. Because Unity likes to put things in stupid locations like my documents. Okay. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. I'm trying to find a game. So please bear with me for a moment. Why? Like, what even is all this? What? It should be this one, shouldn't it? Okay, what about this? This seems like it's way too like it says that this one is 2012. Yep, this is it. I got pets. This game is called Grand Title Great Game. It's actually called Project Shattered or Shattered Reality. All right. All right. I wanted it to look like an MS-DOS game. I had worked really hard to try and make it look like an MS-DOS game. But yeah, you can change the terrain and stuff, and it's like you could. It reminds me a lot of Magic Carpet. I don't know if I've heard of Magic Carpet. Okay, so look, you can have croplands. Oh, I deleted that. Oh, nice. I need to look that up. Yeah, did you know that in the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena, one of the spells that you got was to destroy walls and build walls? Okay, so I can't change anything that is next to a hole, but hey. So the way that this game is supposed to work, or like the plan, because obviously, like there's more to this entire system than just this. So what this was supposed, wow, that is a lot of trees in one area. So what it was like if you, because like obviously there's a landscape around. If you step off of this, you would go to the world map. I'm gonna have it where it, like looks different. And the sun should move. Oh, that's right. I was working on the inventory in this. So like, oh no, I pushed the wrong button. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and put my thing up. I'm gonna go ahead and put this item, this 3x1, and notice it's gone. But if I step here again, it's back. I was so proud of myself for being able to remake that. This was supposed to be mud. You can go mining. So one of the key things about this game, this entire this system that I was working on, was that, how far down does it go? Not very far, actually. This far. I think that it goes down like 4. So okay. So how it's going to work is you can make the terrain taller, you can make the terrain wider, etc., up to certain limits based on what kind of base you're building. So like if you're wanting to build a mining camp, you want it to go very deep. If you're wanting to build an observation tower, you want it to be very tall. If you go into a land like so think of like RimWorld, but if RimWorld wanted you to why is that? Why does these look weird? Why is the sun not moving either? The sun's supposed to be moving. But like think if like the caravans in RimWorld, you then go to like different towns. You have them set up to what is it? Let's see. Well, like you would set up different towns. You would set up different things. You'd set up different people for different sections. You would send like these people over to here and those people over to there. You might have noticed the woefully small amount of characters in a lot of the other games, where it's like in this one, starting kingdoms 4, starting characters 16. What? This one, it was going to be like 100 people per kingdom. Because like Dwarf Fortress is kind of ridiculous, I'm going to be honest. But like imagine if you had like actual people, actual characters. Like imagine if RimWorld played like this. Is essentially like a lot of the core concept I'm going for is what if RimWorld, but you play as a character? And I do want it to be where you can play as the commander. And I also, like, for fun, I want to set it up where you can play as a spectator. Fun fact, this game is where the hunter, the caretaker, and all the Fae of the Court of Truths come from. So yes, this is where Key originates. Key's lore originates in a game marked as Grand Title Great Game. That is the secret lore. That is the secret lore. Key comes from a game called Grand Title Great Game. Oh, by the way, in the new one, so the reason why it's called Project Tile Lifters, because I don't know what I'm going to actually call it. So this entire terrain is going to take up one world map tile. And when you log out, you take that tile with you. When you log out of the world, you take that tile with you. So players can't attack you when you're offline. However, you can take that tile to other worlds, depending on the settings of those worlds. Main reason why I did this? I hate logging into Minecraft and having to start all over every single time, doing the most basic, boring, monotonous stuff. So this game starts off super basic, super boring, super monotonous. Sure, like, you know, you need to pick up stones and pick up twigs and stuff, whatever. And then like as you progress through, it's like you pick up knowledge. And with the knowledge, you unlock what's called lore bits. And the lore bits are essentially your research. You pick up in like, you know, you by default can only play as a human. However, if you get bitten by a werewolf, you now unlocked the werewolf lore bit. If you unlock the werewolf lore bit and log into another world, you can now make your character a werewolf because you've been bitten by a werewolf. Your character understands what being a werewolf is. Your character starts off not knowing magic. If you learn magic, you unlock the magic lore bit, which makes it where when you make a new character, they can start off with magic. Oh my goodness, it appears to actually be going down. Stream will be over when the sun goes down over the horizon. Assuming it is actually going down and it wasn't just my imagination. Because I'm pretty sure that this is much lower than it was before. But it's like, you know, to me, that is so much cooler. That is so much more like, yeah, you have a reason to be doing this. And oh yeah, it's moving slower than I actually want it to be moving in game. So your character is persistent as well. Like your character, when you make a new character in a new world, that character is an avatar of your character, just like how that character is an avatar of you. And just like how you know, you don't always have an avatar that represents yourself, that person doesn't always have an avatar that represents them. It is very meta. It is fairly meta because I wanted it to be a game that actually had like these little trees. Look at these trees. They're so pretty. I was so happy with my trees. It looks so MS-DOS. I'm so happy. But so like essentially you as the player, you're trying to figure out what happened. Because this isn't 10th Vela. This is the remnants of 10th Vela. The original, like, fun fact, the original story was 10th Vela is kind of gone, but 10th Vela is not really gone. It's, this is Paunchy. This is Paunchy's world. It's closer than where Paunchy's world is, but it's how Paunchy's world works. Okay, I don't see the moon yet. Come on, sun, go down. Will he visit and drink the sky water? Yes, he will. And he will bring shrimp. The shrimp. Yeah, the player 5x5, the ground 10x10. One of the things that I was working on with Godot, because this is Unity. For anyone who couldn't tell, this is Unity. But I feel like all of today has been like one giant shitpost. Like a lot of people got a lot of the lore. People were able to ask questions about Key. And then I immediately just got sidetracked into making, like, just showing off the games that I had made. You're allowed to hang around for the anniversary celebration. Yeah. Because it's one of those things where it's like, I really like making fun games. If I wish I had recorded when I was working on the other game that I was showing with all the with like the campfire and the lights and stuff. I'm wanting to see if there's a moon. When the world first generated, because I had spent like a week. I had spent a week without, like, if I opened up the project, it was just a blank screen because I hadn't drawn any of it. I hadn't actually set any of it up to show me what I was doing. Ooh. I'm wanting to see if there's a moon. And it's like, man, I really want to see what this looks like. And so I was working on it. And I was working on it. And I was working on it. I don't think there's a moon. However, look at these trees. Isn't this neat?
A woo. A
Oh
woo.
yeah, that's a bug, by the way. The trees in the distant, you can see the light.
A wee.
A wee. Yeah, imagine like having to go through this kind of terrain, ignore the glowing trees in the background, but imagine this where it's like there's something in the dark. But like the first time that I got the terrain to show, what had happened was it was about a week of me working on nothing but the generation code and like working on algorithms and so much paper and so much numbers and I'm like, okay, I think I've done it. Now to apply it to where I can see the graphics of it. And so it was another week of like being like, okay, and if it's this, draw this, okay, make it where it goes off of this. All right. So, you know, instead of it being if else statements, it was pointers where it's like, okay, if it's like, was it essentially an array of textures? And if it was 5, it would point to this texture instead of having to be if else statements. And it's like, okay, and I worked on it and I worked on it and I worked on it. And then all of a sudden, I pressed F5 and ran the code and I saw it. And it was just like, it was flashing and flickering. And it was like, and then it just like started smashing all over the place. And I see mountains forming and I see oceans developing and I see like trees and deserts. And I'm like, yes, yes, I have created a world. I was so excited. Yeah, look at how dark it is. Imagine just walking around and it's this dark. Ignore the glowing trees once more. But it's like, imagine you're walking around, it's dark, and then suddenly you just see a 15-foot tall werewolf. You pet the wee-woo. I think the thing that I like the most about Wilhelm's pictures is that whenever I think of Wilhelm, I think of that one picture that he drew where it's like, it's him with like an apprehensive face, just like standing there looking at the viewer, and it's just like it has such a "what are you doing in my forest" kind of look to it. What are you doing in my forest? However, as promised, that is the stream. I need to close a lot of this stuff down. Thank you for dropping in. Well, I can't even really say dropping in. Thank you for hanging around as long as you did. We're gonna be doing a raid. I'm gonna be heading home, so I'm gonna be doing a raid and dash. I had continuously been like, okay, it's about time that I should go. 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 Yeah. And so I'm gonna close all the stuff that should not be open anymore. Uh, I'm so happy I found some of these games. I was not expecting to find like finding my literal second non-flash game. I've lost my flash games. I will never find them. My computer was wiped. My DeviantArt was oh yeah, I went hard drive digging. The thing is that I wasn't expecting to find these though. Like a lot of these are not the kind of games that I thought that I would find. I did not expect to find Exploration because that game came from several hard drive wipes. And it's like, how did it survive? Oh, right. I lost several of my games to hard drive wipes. Okay, so let's go ahead and sneak to your channel. And we are going to raid Dusk Hellhound. I will check that thingy. Since I'm in this screen. Where did you send the thingy? I do not see it. Is it here? No. Is it? DM. I don't see it in my DMs. Or do you mean the do you mean the pretty flowers? I did see those. So I had not commented on them yet. But yes. I'm glad that they seem to be growing nicely. You're going to raid Dusk the Hellhound. He happens to be a hellhound. Use whatever raid message you want. Okay. I will see all of you later. It was very nice to show off my... I was not expecting this to devolve into me showing off the games that I had been working on, that I had worked on. I plan on actually... I think that doing some game development on stream would be fun. I don't know how well it'll go, but you know what? Let's find out together. Okay, so next week, let's cross our fingers for Changeling the Lost. and what is it called? Stuff, things, places. We are off.